dégradation des terres et au changement climatique, les interventions du programme visent le principe de ne laisser personne pour compte. L'accent est mis sur la promotion de pratiques d'agroforesterie, de restauration des terres dégradées par la plantation de légumineuses ligneuses, la vulgarisation des foyers améliorés et l'utilisation des résidus agricoles comme compost, pour ne citer que ces quelques exemples. Le programme a aujourd'hui atteint sa phase de maturité et il est impératif de capitaliser au niveau national sur ces bonnes pratiques de gestion durable des terres. Ainsi, la formulation et la mise en œuvre future du Abidjan Legacy Programme de la COP15 constituent une réelle opportunité pour la mise à échelle des acquis du programme de microfinancement du FEM. Il faut faire preuve d'audacité et de créativité, et il faut forger des partenariats stratégiques, et ce, en mobilisant les ressources issues tant du secteur privé que du secteur public. C'est sur ces mots que je voudrais clore mon propos, en réitérant que le PNUD, de concert avec le gouvernement de la Côte d'Ivoire et les partenaires techniques et financiers, continuera d'accorder une attention particulière au suivi de la mise en œuvre du programme de microfinancement du FEM pour le bien-être des populations ivoiriennes et pour une contribution à la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Carol, for your kind word. So now I would like to hand the floor to Yoko, who is be speaking as the Global Manager of the GF Small Grant. Yoko, it's over to you.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me? Hello? Great. Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure for me to join you all from New York. My name is Yoko Watanabe. I'm the Global Manager of the GF Small Grants Program, and it's such a delight to be part of this conversation today. Land is being degraded rapidly worldwide, and largely due to climate change, unsustainable agriculture practices, and deforestation. And our current agriculture practices are causing soils to erode up to 100 times faster than natural processes can replenish them. So using locally adapted solutions by local community like indigenous people, women, and youth play a pivotal role in reversing this trend through sustainable land management, agroecology, sustainable agriculture, and sustainable forest management practices. And as the GF Small Grants Program celebrates its 30th anniversary this year, working with local communities, I'm happy to launch today this new publication. I hope you'll get the copy as well. This portfolio of sustainable land management today, and this highlights the local actions to achieve the goals of land degradation neutrality at the national and global levels, and how it contributes to the Sustainable Development Goals. So the Small Grants Program, as many of you may know, is a corporate program of the Global Environment Facility that is implemented by United Nations Development Program. And this has been supporting community-led sustainable land management initiatives and other climate change, biodiversity, and many other obligations under the conventions. And particularly under the sustainable land management, we have been supporting and promoting climate resilient agriculture and food practices that improve productivity and increase ecological services. And since 1995, SGP has awarded over 3,800 small grants to sustainable land management projects in over 125 years, and many of them are in Africa and in the sub-Saharan Africa region. And with a total grants of more than 140 million, we have made significant improvement, particularly at the local level, and many of them had scaled up at the national level, having policy and program impact. And the SGP Sustainable Land Management portfolio has mainly focused in 4 areas, including agroecology, sustainable forest management, water and energy management for production, and rangeland management. SGP portfolio in this area has shown multiple benefits on the ground, not only on sustainable land management, but also on improved biodiversity, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and also hazardous chemical management. And in many instances, these global practices has been scaled up and replicated with partners in different areas, and South-South cooperation has been part of our initiative as well. And this new publication actually highlights just some of the examples from the 3,800 projects that we supported, one from Africa, from Zimbabwe, from Nepal, from Armenia, and it gives you some picture of how local action can make a real strong global impact, and particularly also emphasizing the importance of social inclusion, like the role of women and their empowerment, and also indigenous peoples' roles on the ground. And also what is important here is also to shed spotlight on the importance of partnership, because SGP alone cannot make systemic changes, and we find that partnership with different partners is really important. And in that regard, this publication also highlight our partnership with SOS Sahel, supporting and strengthening the sustainable land management and also value chains of agriculture products in the Sahel region. And I think Remy will have an opportunity later to talk a little bit more about this. And we hope this examples included in the publication will be an inspiration for many to upscale these initiatives and be able to achieve the land degradation neutrality goal and the sustainable development goal that we all adhere to. And in that regard, I really want to appreciate the GF support, and I know Ulrich, my good friend, is over there too, and all the partners over here working together with small grants, and particularly I really appreciate the Burkina Faso and the Côte d'Ivoire partner who will be talking today on some of our initiative on the ground. So thank you again, and I hope you have a chance to access this publication and read this through, and really be able to be a friend of SGP and work together further. So thank you again, and over to you back, Malilo. Thank you.
Hi, Yoko. Thank you for your kind words. So now, I will hand the floor to Mr. Doumbia. Monsieur Doumbia, je vais vous passer la parole en tant que représentant de la société civile en Côte d'Ivoire pour que vous partagiez avec nous les efforts que la société civile fait en Côte d'Ivoire aux côtés du GF Small Grants Programme, le micro-FEM, en matière de lutte contre la dégradation des terres. Vous avez la parole. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Je disais tout à l'heure à Madame la représentante résidente qu'après son intervention, j'aurais du mal à en dire plus, mais je pense qu'elle m'a encouragé. Je sais aussi que le piège dans ce genre d'intervention, c'est de se laisser aller par des passionnés comme nous, qu'on nous arrache la parole à un moment donné. Donc je ferai en sorte de respecter les 10 minutes qui me sont consacrées. Je n'ai pas de PowerPoint à présenter, mais je vais vous entretenir avec le partage de quelques exemples de terrain. Donc donner quelques détails pour argumenter ce que la représentante résidente vient de nous dire. Alors, je voudrais commencer par dire quelque chose sur l'approche communautaire au niveau du programme de microfinancement. Et cette approche communautaire est spécifique au programme de microfinancement. En ce qui concerne cette famille du programme de microfinancement, il ne s'agit pas d'imposer des solutions aux communautés. Il ne s'agit pas de dire faites ceci ou ne faites pas cela. Il ne s'agit pas, par exemple, de dire plantez des arbres, n'abattez pas d'arbres. Il s'agit de faciliter les échanges au sein de ces communautés pour que par elles-mêmes, elles identifient les défis et qu'elles trouvent des solutions. C'est ça l'approche du programme de microfinancement. Madame la représentante résidente l'a dit, le portefeuille du programme de microfinancement est énorme. Je vais juste dans les 10 minutes m'attarder sur 4 types d'actions menées par la société civile. La protection des reliques forestières et des forêts-galeries par la pratique de l'apiculture moderne, donc donner quelques détails. Comment est-ce que cette pratique est un succès en termes de lutte contre la dégradation des terres? La pratique de l'agroforesterie, modèle programme de microfinancement. Dire un peu quelque chose sur les foyers et les fumoirs de poissons améliorés. Et également dire quelque chose sur les pesticides et les engrais naturels. Alors, en Côte d'Ivoire, nous savons tous que nous connaissons le cycle infernal de l'agriculture extensive, la déforestation et la dégradation des terres. L'une des meilleures façons de lutter contre la dégradation des terres, c'est de lutter contre la déforestation. C'est pourquoi nous pensons au niveau de la famille du programme de microfinancement qu'il faut faire en sorte que les populations trouvent un intérêt à protéger les forêts. Et l'une des façons de protéger les forêts, c'est de démontrer que la forêt est une source de revenus durables et que la préservation de nos forêts rapporte beaucoup plus à nos populations que sa destruction. C'est pourquoi les associations, les ONG, les communautés ont développé l'apiculture comme un moyen efficace de protection de nos forêts. Les ruches sont déposées dans les forêts, les ruchers sont déposés dans nos forêts et ces forêts sont protégées parce que les ruches apportent des revenus. Alors, je pourrais vous dire par exemple que pour une ruche lance-strophe, et cette ruche peut produire autour de 20 litres de miel par récolte, à raison de 2 récoltes par an. Et cela peut produire 1280 kg par an et près de 2 500 000 francs par an à un apiculteur. Et grâce au programme de microfinancement, nous avons des associations aujourd'hui qui vendent leur miel dans les supermarchés, dans les grandes surfaces, et qui ont amélioré leurs conditions de vie, tout en protégeant, Madame la représentante résidente l'a dit tout à l'heure, près de 1200 reliques de forêt. Alors, ce qu'on peut retirer comme leçon ici, c'est qu'il faut valoriser ce qu'on appelle les sous-produits de la forêt. J'ai donné l'exemple du miel, mais il n'y a pas que le miel. Il y a aussi les champignons comestibles et beaucoup d'autres sous-produits qu'il faut valoriser. Et cela est une bonne pratique développée par le programme du microfinancement pour préserver nos forêts. L'agroforesterie aujourd'hui est donné en exemple dans tous les ateliers. Mais depuis 1993, en tout cas en ce qui concerne le programme de microfinancement en Côte d'Ivoire, l'agroforesterie est développée. Je peux dire que c'est à l'école du programme de microfinancement que les autres se sont inspirés. Nous avons développé l'agroforesterie pour lutter contre la dégradation des terres due à la culture de manioc. Tout le monde sait que le manioc est une culture qui, avec les racines, appauvrit énormément le sol. Et donc, les premières actions de la société civile avec le financement du microfinancement a été de développer l'association des acacias mangium qui enrichissent le sol, donc qui favorisent la fertilité du sol, et la culture de manioc. Et plus tard, cette pratique s'est développée un peu partout. Alors, je voudrais dire quelque chose maintenant sur les foyers améliorés. Les foyers améliorés, les fumoirs de poissons améliorés sont des pratiques développées depuis longtemps par le programme de microfinancement pour réduire la consommation de bois et énergie. Et les premières actions ont commencé avec les productrices d'attiéké au niveau du sud. Vous savez que l'attiéké est un mets qui est très apprécié par les Ivoiriens, mais c'est une activité qui est grande consommatrice de bois. Et donc, avec les foyers améliorés, nous avons pu, vous avez vu les statistiques que la représentante résidente a dit tout à l'heure, réduire énormément la consommation de bois. Et ce que nous faisons au niveau du programme de microfinancement avec la société civile, c'est que nous associons les foyers améliorés avec les plantations d'arbres à croissance rapide, voilà, à but énergétique. Donc, cela permet donc à nos mamans et aux populations rurales de ne pas s'attaquer au bois naturel et à la forêt naturelle, et plutôt de planter du bois à utiliser. Je voudrais terminer ma communication avec les polluants organiques persistants, les produits chimiques. Plusieurs études ont montré que les produits chimiques contribuent à la dégradation des terres cultivables. Et là, le programme de microfinancement également a développé plusieurs projets sur les intrants naturels, donc les pesticides naturels et les engrais naturels. On peut noter aussi que c'est un succès. Voici donc 4 grandes actions menées par la société civile avec le financement du programme de microfinancement qui sont des cas d'école, qui sont des succès et qui peuvent être répliqués. Je voudrais terminer mon intervention en disant que le programme de microfinancement a suscité au sein de la société civile nationale en Côte d'Ivoire plusieurs organisations dans le cadre de l'élaboration des textes réglementaires. Des textes réglementaires du Code forestier et ces textes réglementaires, en tout cas toute la politique nationale concernant la réforme du secteur forestier, donc en vue donc de réduire la déforestation et l'exploitation illégale du bois. Voilà, et donc toute la société civile est engagée, et cela est parti du programme de microfinancement qui a renforcé les capacités et qui permet aujourd'hui à cette société civile d'avoir accès à des fonds autres que les fonds du FEM. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Monsieur Doumbia, pour votre intervention au nom de la société civile en Côte d'Ivoire qui travaille avec l'appui du programme de microfinancement du FEM. Sur ce, je voudrais passer la parole au directeur exécutif de SOS Sahel, Monsieur Rémi Émeric, qui va nous entretenir sur le partenariat entre son institution et le programme de microfinancement du FEM. Rémi, vous avez la parole.
Bonjour à tous, merci Marie-Laure. Un petit bonjour à Yoko qui est à New York, il ne faut pas qu'on l'oublie, et donc on sait qu'elle est là avec nous. En fait, souvent, quand on sort des COP, on se dit il y a beaucoup de choses qui ont été dites, il y a eu beaucoup de blablabla, puis après, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Et donc, justement, peut-être que l'exemple, en tout cas, du partenariat entre le Small Ground Programme et SOS Sahel vient à l'origine de la COP d'Ordos en 2017 où nous avons discuté au cours d'un side event avec Yoko, et on a vu qu'on pouvait réunir nos programmes, nos énergies pour pouvoir être plus efficaces sur le terrain. Pourquoi? Parce qu'en fait, SOSL, c'est une ONG qui est née il y a 45 ans suite aux grandes sécheresses au Sahel. On intervient dans 11 pays de la bande sahélienne, c'est-à-dire du Sénégal jusqu'à Djibouti, y compris la Mauritanie. Et la plupart de ces pays sont déjà couverts par le SGP. Et donc, ensuite, nous travaillons sur des projets de développement territoriaux qui ont pour vocation de changer, on va dire, les capacités de production et qui ont pour vocation de mettre en valeur ces territoires. Et du coup, il y a beaucoup d'initiatives qui sont portées par la société civile, comme nous l'a présenté M. Doumbia, qui sont portés, qui ne trouvent pas forcément leur financement. Donc le SGP peut venir réellement s'associer à ces programmes qui ont été déjà étudiés sur la base de plans de développement, sur la base de concertation locale, etc. Et donc qui sont en parfaite cohérence avec le développement local des territoires. Alors concrètement, on a conduit ensemble depuis 2017 une trentaine de projets sur 7 pays. On aurait bien aimé aller un peu plus loin parce qu'on a eu la crise Covid. Le SGP a des ressources financières plus importantes que nous, donc peut aller beaucoup plus vite. Donc c'est un petit peu nous qui avons dû essayer de suivre sur le plan financier, parce que nous, on travaille plutôt sur des programmes qui sont sur 4-5 ans, et donc il a fallu que l'on s'adapte. Mais en tout cas, ça a été possible dans certains pays, par exemple au Burkina Faso, où on travaille dans le cadre de la Grande Muraille Verte avec l'Agence nationale de la Grande Muraille Verte, avec le ministère de l'Environnement, le ministère de l'Agriculture. Et donc, on soutient la restauration d'à peu près 30 000 hectares de terre, et le SGP est venu soutenir des initiatives de producteurs agricoles, en particulier de jeunes agriculteurs, pour lancer des concepts de champs-écoles, d'expérimentation, parce que je pense que le SGP, c'est d'abord un programme aussi qui permet surtout l'innovation, et donc pouvoir lancer ces activités et ensuite les dupliquer à l'échelle locale. Donc sans la contribution du SGP, certainement que ces groupements n'auraient pas pu avoir aussi les bénéfices de ce plus large programme. Donc ça, c'est un exemple. Au Mali, c'est pareil. On a travaillé beaucoup sur les régions nord suite aux grandes crises que vous connaissez dans la région sahélienne. Donc on a mis en œuvre avec le ministère du Plan du Mali une opération qui vise à soutenir les initiatives locales. Et là, on est arrivé au terme de ce programme-là, et on a, suite aux 70 plans de développement communaux qui ont été faits, il y avait beaucoup d'initiatives qui n'avaient pas été financées. Et par exemple, avec le fonds SGP, on a soutenu des initiatives dans le domaine de l'agroforesterie pour former des producteurs, des productrices au système de greffage, etc. Donc c'est la synergie en fait entre des ressources qui viennent de différents horizons qui peuvent réellement servir localement. Et je dirais que les leçons apprises de ce partenariat, c'est surtout justement le travail qui peut être fait au niveau du développement territorial. Parce que souvent, on va dire que les ONG, nous en faisons partie, mais aussi les bailleurs de fonds, voire les États, etc., travaillent en silo. Chacun veut son projet, chacun veut sa pancarte, etc. Alors que la finalité, c'est d'abord le développement des communautés, c'est le développement territorial. Et du coup, l'objectif, c'est de donner de la cohérence et de soutenir quelque part ces schémas de développement territoriaux. Alors, on peut dire aussi parmi les leçons apprises, ce qui nous semble important aussi, c'est que Madame Carole nous a bien expliqué, excusez-moi, je ne sais pas prononcer votre nom, nous a bien expliqué en tout cas le schéma du financement du SGP et le fonctionnement avec justement les comités nationaux d'investissement, etc. Et donc, en fait, nos équipes se sont associées à ces comités pour pouvoir aussi aider à la sélection des initiatives et pour pouvoir promouvoir celles qui sont aussi cohérentes avec l'ensemble de nos programmes. Donc, on peut aller encore beaucoup plus loin là-dessus. Aujourd'hui, on a terminé cette première phase, on va dire, et donc là, c'est plutôt le SGP qui a des cycles, on va dire, de financement. Nous, on travaille un petit peu continu sur des modes projet, tandis que le SGP travaille plutôt comme le programme des Nations Unies pour le développement aussi, il travaille plutôt sur des cycles de financement avec les fonds du GEF, etc. Et donc, je pense qu'il y a une réflexion, en tout cas pour la suite, et ce que l'on souhaiterait, nous, ce serait, puisque notre terrain, c'est le Sahel, hein, c'est la Grande Muraille Verte, et ce que l'on souhaiterait, ce serait réellement étendre ce programme pour soutenir beaucoup plus d'initiatives autour de la Grande Muraille Verte. Et en tout cas, c'est le grand sujet des débats sur lesquels nous avons participé ici à Abidjan, c'est de voir comment accélérer la Grande Muraille Verte et comment soutenir encore plus les initiatives locales. Donc, avec nos équipes qui sont là, nous avons fondé la plateforme des partenaires de la Grande Muraille Verte, qui a pour vocation justement de mieux informer l'ensemble des porteurs de projets locaux pour qu'ils puissent bien comprendre c'est quoi la finalité de la Grande Muraille Verte, qu'est-ce que l'on veut changer, etc. Comment vous pouvez vous-même participer, contribuer. Et je pense qu'en tout cas, et Yoko, je sais qu'elle m'entend, l'une des perspectives, ce sera au-delà au-delà de la restauration des terres, c'est aussi peut-être d'aller plus loin sur cette initiative ensemble et de continuer peut-être de ne plus parler de 30 projets, mais peut-être d'une centaine dans les années à venir. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Thank you, Rémi. It is true that SOS Sahel and SGP, the first phase of our partnership is over, but we are planning to have a coordination meeting to continue the reflections on what will be the next steps and who can we grab to come and join us in this partnership, because we know that with the Great Green World initiatives, there are some opportunities to see how we can work together. So anyway, the reflection will still continue. Now I will hand the floor to the representative of the national, the operational focal point of the GF in Burkina Faso, Mr. Nana, who is going to share with us what the GF Small Grants Program is doing in Burkina Faso in collaboration with the government to combat land degradation. Thank you.
Ok, je voudrais avant tout propos vraiment remercier d'abord l'UNOPS. Okay. Je voudrais avant tout propos remercier l'UNOPS pour tout ce qu'il fait pour la coordination nationale du PMFM du Burkina Faso. Et le PNUD qui fait la coordination et l'ensemble des acteurs. Le coordinateur national qui a été empêché et m'a chargé de faire cette présentation en tant que point focal FEM opérationnel, FEM et membre permanent du comité de pilotage. Donc, ma présentation s'intitule un peu la contribution du PMF-FEM à la lutte contre la désertification des terres au Burkina Faso. Et elle va s'appesantir sur 4 points rapidement, puisque je n'ai que 10 minutes. Un bref aperçu sur le programme microfinancement du Burkina, le bilan technique et financier de la phase opérationnelle de 6 et l'innovation apportée à la phase opérationnelle 7 et les impacts et les effets et impacts des projets de dégradation des terres au Burkina. La coordination nationale du PMF-FEM au Burkina est composée seulement d'un coordinateur et d'un assistant et assistée par un comité national de pilotage qui est composé des membres provenant du secteur public, du privé, des OSC et également aussi des personnes ressources. Elle reçoit 2 sources de financement principalement, comme partout ailleurs pour les PMF-FEM. Il y a les fonds corps intervenant à toutes les caisses de reconstitution du FEM. Actuellement, nous sommes à la 7e reconstitution. les fonds STAR, c'est-à-dire Système transparent d'allocation des ressources, que l'État burkinabé alloue à la coordination nationale du PMFM à partir de son allocation. Mais il faut ajouter l'existence de partenariats tissés avec d'autres services qui ont permis de disposer des fonds sous forme de projets complémentaires, comme l'a si bien dit notre collègue du SOS Sahel. Ce qu'il faut noter, c'est vraiment la bonne performance de la coordination nationale du Burkina Faso qui, je vous l'ai dit, depuis sa création en 1992, a toujours utilisé à temps l'intégralité des ressources qui lui sont allouées. Et ça, c'est une performance quand même qu'il faut vraiment saluer. Nous allons nous arrêter juste à l'OP6 parce que depuis OP1 jusqu'à OP7, les résultats sont vraiment immenses. À titre d'exemple, comme le temps presse, nous allons nous limiter à ce qu'on a fait au niveau de OP6 qui a couvert la période de 2014 à 2018. Et on a les résultats à l'heure actuelle. Le financement acquis, les fonds STAR, le gouvernement du Burkina a alloué $800 000 US. En fait, à l'époque, on ne donnait que 1 million. Et les fonds SCORE s'élevaient à $1 425 000 US, soit un total acquis de 2 225 000. Et au niveau des engagements, tout a été engagé et il ne reste, en tout cas à la fin de 2018, là, il ne restait plus rien. Et il faut ajouter des cofinancements qui ont été acquis. SOS Sahel, dont on parle tout de suite, qui a contribué avec $100 000, Terre des Hommes Suisses avec $300 000, et les bénéficiaires que sont les organisations de la société civile pour $217 100 pour certains. Ça a été des contributions sous forme de nature, mais pour certains, ça a été des contributions en espèces. Donc, pour la phase opérationnelle 6, on a un total dépensé de 617 100, les 617 000 à titre de cofinancement, plus les 2 225 000 US. Le bilan technique, le nombre de projets financés par domaine au niveau de OP6, on a le renforcement des capacités, 6 projets, la diversité biologique, 19 projets, la lutte contre la dégradation des terres, 18, les changements climatiques, 10, et les produits chimiques et les POPs, 7 projets. Ça fait 60, mais il faut remarquer qu'au Burkina Faso, vraiment la porte d'entrée, c'est vraiment la dégradation des terres. Quand on dit changement climatique, que ce soit l'atténuation ou que la sauvegarde de la biodiversité, il faut avouer que tout cela concourt effectivement à la gestion durable des terres. La répartition par type de fonds, par source de financement, les fonds SCORE regroupaient 33 projets, les fonds STAR 27 projets. Les résultats sur le terrain, avec ce peu de financement de 2 millions et quelques, voilà ce que le PMFM a engagé. 6 765 hectares de forêts protégées et des aménagements de zones déboisées par les cordons pierreux et les ailes. 4 467 hectares de terres récupérées par l'agroécologie. 6 287 personnes formées en technique de DRS-CS et l'innovation, 20 hectares d'habitat de faune piscicole restaurés à travers le traitement de ravins au niveau du lac BAM. Quelles sont les innovations opérées au niveau de OP7? Comme je l'ai dit, franchement, la coordination au niveau du Burkina est si performante que, sincèrement, les innovations apportées, les cofinancements apportés sont à l'heure actuelle là, assez énormes. Il y a eu l'introduction de la démarche des APAC, entendez par là aires et territoires du patrimoine autochtone et communautaire. C'est un concept développé au niveau de la Convention sur la diversité biologique que beaucoup d'autres connaissent ici. La lutte contre l'utilisation abusive des produits chimiques à travers des sensibilisations contre l'utilisation des herbicides dans les champs de culture. Ça également, ça a été une introduction qui a vraiment fortement réussi. Le développement de projets de coopération sud-sud, il y a eu avec le Maroc, le Ghana, en tout cas des démarches qui ont permis de faire des visites, des sorties, en tout cas terrain, des visites qui ont permis vraiment de tisser des coopérations à ce niveau-là et très bien, avec des échanges d'expériences, surtout en agroécologie. La lutte contre la prolifération des déchets plastiques Et à ce niveau, il faut avouer que le PMFM a contribué même à ce que la stratégie nationale en la matière là soit élaborée. Et naturellement, une formation accrue vraiment en agroécologie. Les impacts, comme je l'ai dit, il y a eu des sauvegardes vraiment des forêts, l'arrêt de feux de brousse incontrôlé pour certaines forêts, le développement de la pratique de l'agroécologie qui a été vraiment très accru, la plantation surtout recommandée de 50 arbres à l'hectare dans les champs, ce qui vraiment est une innovation très bien, la restauration de la biodiversité dans beaucoup de cas. Il y a eu par exemple une espèce d'iam locale dans la province du Passoré et le PMFM a financé vraiment un projet qui a permis de sauvegarder vraiment cette espèce-là qui était en voie de disparition. L'amélioration de la fertilité des terres et l'augmentation de la productivité agricole que, en tout cas, l'exercice là a permis d'évaluer qu'on a évalué jusqu'à l'augmentation est allée jusqu'à 75% à l'hectare dans certains cas. La création d'emplois saisonniers ou permanents pour les jeunes et les femmes. Et surtout l'amélioration de leurs conditions de vie des femmes et des jeunes à travers vraiment des revenus qui ont été accrus grâce effectivement à la promotion de la valorisation des produits forestiers non liés. Nous avons là quelques bonnes pratiques de gestion durable des terres qui sont promues par la coordination nationale à travers vraiment les communautés locales que vous connaissez très bien. Il s'agit des ailes, qui est une technique que beaucoup connaissent ici. Il s'agit des cordons pierreux, il s'agit également des demi-lunes, des plantations et les bassins de rétention d'eau de ruissellement. C'est autant vraiment de bonnes pratiques qui sont tellement promues par aujourd'hui vraiment les associations qui vraiment font recours au PMFM et sans oublier que ce PMFM-là a contribué vraiment à la dynamisation du mouvement associatif parce que beaucoup, grâce au fonds du PMFM qu'ils espèrent avoir, ont même créé des associations qui sont à l'heure actuelle là, très dynamiques. C'est ce que j'avais à vous partager parce que c'est très long. En 10 minutes, on ne peut pas tout achever et je vous remercie.
Merci, Monsieur Nana, pour votre intervention. So we have gone through the contribution of the SGP country programs from Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire, and also from Burkina Faso. Now I would like to open the floor for the participants, those who would like maybe to provide clarification, ask questions, or those who are coming from any of the countries where SGP operates in the world and who would like to add anything to what have been said. I would like to open the floor. So I think that there will be somebody or two colleagues with mic. So if you would like to ask a question, you can, yes, put up your hand and they will give you a mic. Thank you.
Mon nom c'est Marie-Louise Havana du Forum forestier africain. J'ai été vraiment impressionnée par les actions qui sont menées par le SGP Small Grand Project. Et au niveau du Forum forestier africain, nous avons une initiative qui vise à renforcer les capacités justement des acteurs dans le domaine de la forêt, dans le domaine des arbres, de la gestion des arbres hors forêt, pour le financement, pour le développement des projets bancables. Et je suis donc en train de me demander quel type de partenariat on peut avoir avec cette initiative, de manière à s'assurer que les projets qui sont développés au niveau des initiatives de projets qui sont développés dans le cadre de ces activités peuvent être prise en compte dans le cadre de ce Small Grand Project. Et parmi les pays dans lesquels on travaille, il y a également le Burkina Faso, il y a le Congo, le Cameroun, la Zambie, le Kenya. La Zambie et le Kenya, je pense que c'est pour ne citer, et la Sierra Leone, pour ne citer que cela. Merci beaucoup.
Ok, bonjour tout le monde. Moi, c'est l'enseignant taux du Burkina Faso. Je voulais poser quelques questions aux représentants de la société civile de la Côte d'Ivoire. C'était toujours pour savoir comment est-ce que la société civile ivoirienne est organisée pour avoir accès facilement à ces fonds de Small Grand Programme Fonds. Et ensuite, vous avez terminé vos propos en disant que aujourd'hui, vous avez accès à d'autres fonds que ce fonds initialement prévu. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous en parler de ces autres fonds qui vous permettent de mener vos activités et d'impacter durablement l'agroécologie? Je vous remercie.
Ok, merci.
Bien, merci. Je suis Mme Koné Alimata, je suis le point focal opérationnel du FEM pour la Côte d'Ivoire. Je voudrais féliciter mon collègue du Burkina pour sa présentation à la place du coordonnateur national du SGP. Ma question s'adresse à SOS Sahel. Vous avez dit dans votre présentation que vous travaillez dans le cadre du programme de la Grande Muraille Verte. La Côte d'Ivoire ne fait pas partie de ce programme, bien que ce programme soit un programme financé par le Fonds pour l'environnement mondial. Ma question est la suivante. Est-ce qu'il y a une possibilité de collaboration entre SOS Sahel et le SGP de Côte d'Ivoire? Merci.
Please, what we'll do is that after 3 questions, we are going to answer before handing the mic for the other questions. So we have 3 questions. One question from Professor Marie-Louise Havana about a possibility of collaboration between the GF Small Grant Program and the African Forest Forum. Okay, and another question from Mr. Lassinato from Burkina Faso about how civil society organization in Côte d'Ivoire managed to have access to more grants. And the last question is from Mrs. Kone Alimata to SOS Sahel on possibility of collaboration between SOS Sahel and SGP in Côte d'Ivoire, despite the fact that SOS Sahel is not operating here, but in the framework of the African Great Green Wall. So what I will do is that I will pass on the floor, first of all, to Mr. Doumbia, then Mr. Remy will answer the question. I will answer the question to Professor Havana. Thank you.
Bien, merci pour la question. Comment est-ce que nous sommes organisés en Côte d'Ivoire pour avoir accès aux ressources du programme de microfinancement? Je pense d'abord qu'il faut noter que le programme en lui-même a une procédure. C'est-à-dire que c'est des financements qui sont par cycle. Et lorsque les financements sont là, il y a un appel à projet, un appel à candidature. Et au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, il y a tout un système. Donc présentement, il y a un appel qui est lancé, donc qui passe au niveau des réseaux d'organisation. Donc ces réseaux d'organisation ont l'information et l'information est disséminée au niveau de la société civile et chaque organisation peut postuler. Mais ce qu'il faut souligner, c'est qu'ici en Côte d'Ivoire, ça doit être la même chose dans d'autres pays où il y a le small grant. Il y a ce qu'on appelle les amis du FEM. C'est-à-dire nous sommes organisés en tant que société civile et nous accompagnons le programme de microfinancement. Nous sommes les partenaires, les bénéficiaires du FEM en Côte d'Ivoire. Donc c'est une plateforme qui a été créée en Côte d'Ivoire, donc qui travaille au quotidien, donc qui renforce les capacités. Quelqu'un l'a dit tout à l'heure, je pense que c'est la représentante résidente, certainement. Le Small Grant est une école. Il faut voir le Small Grant comme une école, comme un laboratoire où on forme les ONG tout petits à écrire des projets, à concevoir des idées. Donc c'est un accompagnement technique. Donc nous, au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, avec notre organisation, dont les amis du FEM, nous avons bénéficié de ce renforcement des capacités. Et aujourd'hui, pour répondre à la seconde question, c'est ce renforcement des capacités qui fait que dans tous les ateliers, dans toutes les étapes, la société civile, en tout cas, qui a été formée par le programme de microfinancement, devient une force de proposition. Et donc, c'est sur la base de la pertinence de nos interventions, de nos approches, que nous avons eu cette crédibilité. Donc aujourd'hui, l'Union européenne, la Banque mondiale et tout ça nous font confiance parce que nous avons appris des choses à la maison, donc au programme de microfinancement, que nous essayons de partager. Et aujourd'hui, je peux vous dire que nous bénéficions du programme d'investissement forestier, qui est le PIF. Donc nous avons une convention avec la Banque mondiale qui implémente des activités à grande échelle, mais qui, je veux dire que le programme de microfinancement fait au plan local depuis longtemps. Avec l'Union européenne également, nous avons des ressources pour gérer des projets, en tout cas plus importants que le programme de microfinancement apporterait. Donc ce que je veux dire, c'est qu'on est organisé et on est toujours en contact avec le programme de microfinancement pour renforcer nos capacités. Il faut que les organisations de la société civile soient des forces de proposition. Il faut que les organisations de la société civile se mettent ensemble et des synergies d'action pour renforcer leurs capacités et qu'on ne nous considère pas justement comme des chercheurs de projets. Il faut se faire valoir. Et en Côte d'Ivoire, je pense que tout le monde peut le témoigner. C'est ce que la société civile est en train d'être. Merci.
Ok, merci Monsieur Doumbia. Rémi?
Oui, je vais répondre donc à la question de Madame Point Focal, qui représente le FEM. Malheureusement, et peut-être heureusement, le Sahel n'est pas encore en Côte d'Ivoire, parce que le Sahel, c'est quand même les régions très sèches. Et donc, du coup, c'est vrai que notre métier, on l'exerce surtout dans la région sahélienne et dans les zones sèches. Les questions de dégradation des terres, par contre, je pense, peuvent aussi affecter certaines régions de la Côte d'Ivoire de la même manière qu'au Burkina Faso. Il y a Diaminatou qui est là, ou au Sénégal. Mais malheureusement, on n'intervient pas là. Par contre, peut-être ce que je peux faire, c'est vous encourager à vous mettre en rapport avec mon collègue Hamza, puis il y a Ange aussi qui est là dans la salle, par rapport à la plateforme des partenaires de la Grande Muraille Verte. Alors sur la Grande Muraille Verte, c'est pareil, on travaille en collaboration avec l'agence panafricaine de la Grande Muraille Verte. Alors c'est elle qui coordonne et qui décide des espaces de la Grande Muraille Verte et chaque État. Mais si un jour la Côte d'Ivoire vient rejoindre en tout cas ce programme-là, on sera très content aussi de travailler avec vous. Merci.
Merci Rémi. Je voudrais ajouter pour Monsieur Lassina, à la fin de cet événement parallèle, vous pourrez prendre contact avec le point focal du FEM au Burkina Faso, mais nous pourrons également vous donner le contact du coordonnateur national au Burkina Faso, Monsieur Noël Compaoré, donc vous pourrez le rencontrer. Donc je crois que ça aiderait. Now, Professor Havana, what I would like to clarify is that it's true that the GF Small Grant Program provide grants for civil society organization. But if the African Forum of Forests is working with civil society organization in the various countries like Burkina Faso, Congo, Zambia, Kenya, and so on, in each of these countries, you have a regional, you have a national coordinator, so you can get in contact with the national coordinator. We can support together community projects that are being implemented with civil society organizations. But the most important is that in the design of the project, each of the party has to figure what it can provide as support, because the co-financing can be in cash or in kind, so it depends. But I think that the most important thing is that after this session, we can have a 5 minutes to discuss, and then I can link you to my colleagues in the various countries, so that you have focal points, or yourself, you can interact with the national coordinators and see what can be done. Okay, thank you. La suite.
Oui, ok. Je voudrais déjà commencer par remercier les différents panélistes pour la clarité de justement leur exposé. Mais ma question s'adresse précisément à M. Doumbia de la société civile ivoirienne. Justement, il a cité la production de champignons comestibles comme étant une manière de protéger les forêts. Je dirais la promotion de la production des champignons comestibles. Quand on sait que ces champignons, les champignons sont très sensibles aux produits chimiques dont il a fait cas justement par rapport à la dangerosité justement de ces produits sur les forêts, est-ce qu'il peut nous expliquer comment est-ce que la production, justement, comment la promotion de la production de ces champignons-là peut justement travailler à la protection des forêts, vu qu'il est souvent conseillé que les champignons comestibles soient produits ex situ pour éviter justement la contamination des populations justement par des produits toxiques. Maintenant, si jamais la production de ces champignons-là se fait in situ, est-ce qu'il peut nous expliquer comment est-ce qu'il procède pour protéger les populations, ou comment est-ce que ces populations justement, quelle méthode ils ont justement pour être sûrs justement de prélever des champignons justement non pollués. Merci. On peut aussi utiliser ces champignons aussi pour dépolluer justement les sols. Merci.
Merci. Moi, je m'appelle Zoubuga Serge, je suis du Burkina Faso. Je suis d'une association qui évolue dans le domaine de la gestion durable des terres, la promotion des foyers améliorés, si bien que ma question va s'adresser à M. Doumbia, qui a parlé effectivement des foyers améliorés. Mais comme il n'y a pas eu de slide, je ne sais pas quel est... on ne connaît pas le modèle de foyer que vous diffusez. Je voudrais justement savoir c'est quel type de foyer. Est-ce que vous êtes parti d'une amélioration d'un prototype local qui a été amélioré, ou bien c'est une invention de votre organisation? Et justement, quelle est l'efficacité énergétique? Et en termes aussi d'économie de bois, qu'est-ce que ça donne, combien % d'économie de bois? Et est-ce que, je voudrais aussi savoir, soit dans ce programme ou peut-être dans la suite, est-ce que ça vous a effleuré l'esprit de penser quand même à un projet carbone ou à une sous-composante carbone qui allait permettre la mise à l'échelle et pouvoir en tout cas avoir un financement sur le long terme avec les foyers améliorés, parce que nous en faisons. Et je crois que c'est très bien quand même pour les communautés, et ça permet quand même d'avoir un financement durable. Et ma deuxième question va s'adresser à, ça c'est toujours à vous, les plants à espèces à croissance rapide. Je voulais savoir c'est quel type d'espèces. Est-ce des espèces locales ou c'est exotique? Et si, est-ce que ça vient effectivement c'est un besoin exprimé par la communauté locale? Et pour terminer, c'est le document qui nous a été présenté par Madame. Nous l'avons en version anglaise. Je voulais savoir si on peut avoir la version française. Voilà, merci.
Please, as the two participants asked more than 2 questions each, I would suggest that we get the answer from the panelists before we continue, because we are running out of time. Donc, je vais laisser la parole maintenant aux panélistes pour répondre aux 2 questions qui ont été posées. C'est vrai, le précédent orateur n'a pas donné son nom, mais je crois que, M. Doumbia, vous pouvez répondre au sujet de la promotion de la production de champignons. Merci.
Oui, merci beaucoup pour l'intérêt que les participants ont à la présentation. Je ne suis pas un scientifique, mais je suis un enfant du programme de microfinancement, ce qui me donne la possibilité d'apporter des réponses qui pourraient être améliorées par les scientifiques qui sont dans cette salle. En ce qui concerne la production du champignon comestible, vous avez parfaitement raison. Les produits chimiques sont un défi. Mais justement, le programme de microfinancement, en ce qui concerne les différents domaines d'intervention du programme de microfinancement, il y a aussi la lutte contre l'utilisation des produits chimiques, que nous disons POPs. Et généralement, lorsque les projets sont soumis, les communautés sont encadrées par des scientifiques. Nous avons par exemple le Centre national de floristique en Côte d'Ivoire qui développe la culture de champignons. Donc, les projets qui sont portés par les populations et donc sur les champignons sont encadrés par les enseignants, les professeurs qui sont au Centre national de floristique en Côte d'Ivoire. Pour les projets que nous avons eus, en tout cas, il y a eu 7 encadrements. Mais lorsque nous parlons de champignons comestibles, comment est-ce qu'on veut valoriser? Nous avons les champignons comestibles récoltés à l'état sauvage. Vous voyez, quand vous allez vers Bassam, il y a des champignons qui ont de longues racines. Ce qu'on a tenté de faire, c'est de promouvoir les séchoirs solaires pour conditionner ces champignons comestibles et donc donner une plus-value à ces champignons que les populations récoltent dans la forêt. Et c'est justement cette valorisation, cette plus-value qu'on apporte à ces champignons qui amène les populations donc à gagner un peu plus d'argent et donc à préserver ces écosystèmes. C'est un peu ça, le projet a tourné autour de la valorisation des champignons comestibles. Maintenant, en ce qui concerne les acacias, les plantes à croissance rapide, nous avons développé les plantations d'acacia mangium. Ce sont les plantations d'acacia mangium ou auriculaeformis. Mais c'est surtout les acacias mangium. Et parce que, encore une fois, nous travaillons avec l'université Félix Houphouët-Boigny qui a attesté la forte valeur énergétique des acacias mangium et l'apport aussi en azote dans le sol. Donc, ces 2 facteurs, nous avons milité en faveur du choix de l'acacia mangium dans l'agroforesterie. L'autre question, vous pouvez me rappeler? Oui, on avait au début des foyers, des fumoirs de type shortcore. Mais ce qu'on a fait, c'est que moi, personnellement, je suis allé à une visite de projet avec des fumoirs shortcore. C'était le modèle. Et vous voyez la taille des fumoirs shortcore. Nous nous sommes rendus compte sur le terrain que c'était des fumoirs qui étaient adaptés aux productrices, aux fumeuses de poissons qui avaient beaucoup de moyens. parce que ça devait être grand, et même au niveau de la pratique, hein, les fumoirs que nous avons vus sur le terrain, il fallait du personnel. Ce que nous avons fait, nous avons adapté nos fumoirs à la pratique des femmes. C'est des barriques que les femmes utilisent avec une certaine forme. Nous avons respecté le dimensionnement des barriques. Justement, nous avons juste utilisé, je veux dire, remplacé les barriques par la terre argileuse et tout ça, comme vous savez. Donc, on a respecté. Donc, on peut dire que c'est une fabrication locale, mais en tout cas, nous nous sommes adaptés parce que je vous assure qu'il y a eu un projet qui était venu avec des modèles et tout ça, qui a été financé à grand coût, mais qui n'a pas été utilisé par les femmes. Mais ces barriques-là, lorsqu'on a eu l'intelligence de discuter avec les dames, approfondir le diagnostic, elles ont fait ressortir leurs problèmes, ces barriques aujourd'hui fonctionnent bien. En ce qui concerne le carbone, nous y avons pensé, mais nous n'avons pas encore eu véritablement d'accompagnement. Je pense que le coordonnateur du programme de microfinancement est là, ça fait partie des discussions. Effectivement, il faut que nous puissions profiter de tous les avantages liés à la construction des foyers améliorés. Et en termes de statistiques, quelques études nous montrent que les foyers améliorés peuvent nous faire économiser à 50%. Donc, à 50%. Voilà quelques réponses que je peux apporter. Encore une fois, je ne suis qu'un enfant du programme de microfinancement et je donne ces réponses parce que je vis au quotidien avec le programme.
Merci, Monsieur Doumbia. Monsieur, vous avez demandé la brochure. La brochure est disponible en langue anglaise, mais nous sommes en train de travailler pour la traduction. Donc, lorsqu'elle sera traduite en langue française, ce sera disponible sur le site du Jeff Small Grants Programme au niveau global. Donc, vous pourrez télécharger la version française. Donc, pour le moment, c'est la version anglaise qui est disponible. Avec votre permission, le temps est en train de s'écouler parce que nous devons avoir terminé dans moins de 10 minutes. Je vais permettre encore à une personne de prendre la parole parce qu'il faut qu'à 12h15, nous ayons arrêté. Merci.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Il y a deux micros. Je suis M. Tonian Amalama. Je suis président de la Confédération des artisans de l'Afrique de l'Ouest dans le cadre de l'UMOA. J'ai bien écouté avec beaucoup d'attention les intervenants. La seule chose que j'aimerais relever, c'est que l'évolution des activités que vous menez n'implique pas suffisamment les artisans. Alors que nous sommes une communauté qui, autant peut construire, autant peut détruire, parce qu'elle ignore certains points. Nous avons les orpailleurs, qui sont aujourd'hui un fléau. Vous avez les menuisiers et, je dirais, les scieurs de bois. Vous avez donc toute une panoplie d'artisans qui interviennent, qui pourraient intervenir pour la réussite de vos différents projets ou qui pourraient déconstruire les projets que vous avez menés. J'aimerais, pour la suite, que les artisans soient cités et que ces métiers soient cités et qu'ils soient impliqués dans l'élaboration de vos différents plans, de vos différents programmes, de sorte que nous ne soyons pas mis à l'écart et que nous ne soyons pas des déconstructeurs des activités que vous menez. Parce que quand un orpailleur est plongé dans son trou, je ne sais pas s'il reçoit une véritable formation pour savoir qu'il ne doit pas utiliser du mercure et que ça va jouer sur la nappe phréatique et que les efforts que vous aurez faits pour la muraille verte risquent d'être en vain, in fine. Donc, tactiquement, nous aimerions pouvoir contribuer aux actions que vous menez. Nous, artisans de Côte d'Ivoire et artisans de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, aimerions être cités pour pouvoir identifier les points de foyer d'artisans qui contribuent véritablement à l'élaboration de vos différents programmes. C'était une contribution.
Donc, bonjour, mon nom c'est Dominique au PNUD. Ma question c'était pour M. Doumbia, mais je pense qu'il a répondu quand même un peu partiellement. Donc, c'était, étant donné qu'en Côte d'Ivoire, il n'y a pas de laboratoire de foyers améliorés, laboratoire pour certifier qu'en fait les foyers fabriqués répondent aux critères et standards. Je voulais juste savoir comment est-ce que ici, puisque vous avez parlé vous avez parlé pour les OSC, je voulais juste savoir comment c'est certifié, quoi, que ces foyers sont vraiment améliorés.
Monsieur Doumbia, vous pouvez répondre?
Oui, je peux essayer de répondre. Ces foyers ne sont pas certifiés en tant que tels. C'est-à-dire que ces foyers ne sont pas certifiés. Ces foyers sont améliorés parce que les femmes témoignent qu'effectivement, en les utilisant, il y a une réduction de bois. En tant que tel, c'est amélioré. Maintenant, en termes de certification, ça c'est un autre état. Effectivement, je pense que si vous êtes dans le domaine, après, je veux dire, on pourrait se rencontrer et puis développer ce pool-là pour que vous apportiez votre contribution qui sera très appréciée par nos femmes.
Okay, I think that Mr. Doumbia is from the civil society organizations. What is being done with the civil society organizations, sometimes they might develop what they consider as innovations, and maybe not innovations, but on the other side, I think that, for example, they can work with UNDP accelerator labs to explore, to see what can be done for what they consider as innovations or improved technologies to make sure that what we are branding or what we are calling improved stoves are really improved, because there are a certain number of aspects that have to be considered in terms of dioxide carbon that is being emitted, in terms of the amount of fuel wood that is being used, in terms of improvement of the living conditions of women. Maybe they need less time to be spent for them to maybe to produce acheke or plakali or to maybe dry fish. And these are things that we have to work with, sometimes with a government institution like research to see how we can certify or how we can really make effort to provide appropriate technologies that can testify later that this is an improved stove. And also, we have in UNDP the accelerator labs. In some countries, the GF Small Grants Program are working in tight hand with accelerator labs to test some of the technologies that are coming from local communities or from civil society organizations. Now, regarding what Mr. Tobian said, I would like to clarify that in most of the countries where we have artisanal mining, we are working with miners. This is the case in Burkina Faso. You can meet Mr. Nana. He will tell you how the GF Small Grants there is working with those who are doing artisanal mining. This is also the same in the case in Mali. This is the case in Ghana. And I think that after this session, you can have bilateral with those who are interested so that we continue this discussion. I would like now to give the floor to Ulrich, who will be delivering the closing remarks for this event. Ulrich, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Marie. Pleasure to be here. It was a very interesting session for me. I really enjoyed listening to all the presentations and also to lively discussion. From my side, I work at the GEF Secretariat. I coordinate the land degradation focal area, and for the entire GEF, the Small Grants program is really a flagship program that we have supported now since 1992, since 30 years. And I wanted to inform you that the JEF 8 replenishment has just been concluded, and our donors have provided us with a record replenishment of 5.25 billion US dollar for the next 4 years. The new phase will start on 1st of July this year and last until 2026. And in this context, we will continue to support the small grants program, and this time we call it SGP 2.0, the small grants programs 2.0, because we want to give it a new boost. First of all, we give it a new boost through an allocation of more than 150 million US dollar for the next 4 years to support finance and access to small grant resources in all eligible countries. Then secondly, we want to make the small grants program even more inclusive by opening it up to other entities, also other agencies, so to contribute, so that we can all stakeholders contribute to the SGP. And further, we want to develop innovative CSO initiatives to support the entire JEF strategy implementation. So there is a linkage between the small grants that are implemented in many countries on the ground, and also with the larger projects and programs that the JEF is implementing. And we look forward really to the new phase. The JEF SGP has really a very high value for money, and maybe you have seen some of the SGP projects in some of the countries. We visited here in Côte d'Ivoire one SGP project, and every time we visit the SGP project, we can see how impactful they are, and how successful they are in involving local communities and the CSO, and especially here in Côte d'Ivoire, that was really a very nice example that we have seen. So with that, I really look forward to the next phase, to work together with the small grants program, with all the local communities and the CSOs, to have more of those exciting and impactful projects all over the world. Thank you very much.
Je vous en prie, Monsieur Nana, vous voulez dire un mot?
Non, ce n'est pas une question, c'est juste pour attirer l'attention de UNOPS. Je ne sais pas, parce que en tant que point focal opérationnel de FEM, bon, il est arrivé que dans tous les pays, la phase opérationnelle 8 et 7 là, jusque-là, tout ce que les fonds, je ne sais pas si au niveau des fonds SCORE, mais les fonds STAR que tous les pays ont alloué, en tout cas ont alloué à ce small bon programme jusqu'à la date d'aujourd'hui, les fonds ne sont pas encore disponibles. Ça peut causer un préjudice sérieux avec en tout cas nos États, puisque c'est sur la base des performances que en fait l'État alloue une partie des fonds STAR au small grand programme. Et si, bon, à la fin du cycle, tout ce qu'on a mis comme ressources, il n'y a rien, ça fait quand même 4 années de retard pour les populations locales, et je pense que ça va être énormément affecté. Je ne sais pas, le problème est-ce au niveau du secrétariat du FEM, est-ce au niveau du LUNOPS, mais en tout cas nous vivons amèrement ce problème-là au niveau du Burkina Faso, et ça peut poser vraiment un préjudice assez sérieux. Comme c'est l'occasion vraiment, et nous sommes là pour en parler, et je voulais un peu quand même en parler parce que c'est assez sérieux quand même. Merci.
Ulrich, would you like to say something, or I can clarify?
Yeah, I mean, what I can say from my side is that we are, of course, trying our best, and we always program 100% of the available resources within the replenishment. We have never left anything on the table. We always have been able to program the entire amount, and but of course sometimes it takes some time to make the resources available, because we work in the 4-year periods, we work through work programs, so sometimes we cannot make the entire funding available in the beginning, and we have to kind of fund this in tranches. But and we will of course continue our discussion of how to make this more effective, but we can assure you that at the end of a replenishment we always program all 100% of available resources.
Thank you, Ulrich. I would like just to add to what you have said. Monsieur Nana, je voulais clarifier que les fonds corps, comme les fonds STAR, vont être entièrement alloués. Mais ce qui se passe au niveau des services du CEO, généralement, on commence par mettre à la disposition des programmes nationaux du micro-FEM, d'abord les ressources corps. Ensuite, les ressources STAR vont arriver. Et on a informé tous les coordonnateurs nationaux que les ressources STAR allaient arriver d'un moment à l'autre. Parce que le CEO du FEM endosse les tranches de subventions à mettre à la disposition du Jeff Small Grant Programme de manière séquentielle. Donc, toutes les ressources ne sont pas mises à la disposition du Jeff Small Grant au même moment. Donc, on ne peut pas donner toutes les ressources corps et toutes les ressources STAR au Jeff Small Grant au même moment. On reçoit d'abord les ressources corps, ensuite les ressources STAR vont arriver. Et on a informé les coordinateurs nationaux que cela devait arriver. Donc, ça ne devrait pas créer de problème. Nous sommes encore au cours de la 7e phase opérationnelle, donc elle ne finit pas dans 6 mois. Nous avons encore quelques mois ou alors plus d'une douzaine de mois devant nous. Je peux vous rassurer, il n'y a pas à être inquiet. Donc, sur ce, I would like to thank all of you for joining us for these side events. It was a pleasure having you with us to share what we have to say about the GF Small Grants Program. I hope that with some of you, there will be opportunities to work in collaboration or in synergy with SGP country programs. Also, we can see how at regional or global level, there are possibilities of partnership. I would like to thank all of you and wishing you a successful continuation of the COP15. Thanks. Bye.
So why don't you just run Leanne's presentation and let's see. We're just going to test, so we'll see what it sounds like, and if there's feedback.
So we're just trying to enter the Teams session.
Okay, well, no, just take Leanne's presentation right now. Like, let's just run her, because that'll be a test for it, because that way you don't have to interrupt. This way, if we just run it, we'll see. Okay, so just play it and let's see what it turns out like. Do you know where to play? Just play. Up high, you see there we go, okay.
Hi, I'm Lee Winowicki, soil scientist and global research leader of soil and land health at C4ECRAFT. I am so pleased to be here today to talk about restoring soil ecosystems for food and nutrition security, biodiversity.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the next session, which is good. So I feel bad because I know that last session was very dynamic and you've got a lot of conversations that you want to follow. But could you please take your seats and get ready for the next event? Mesdames et messieurs, je sais qu'on a beaucoup d'énergie maintenant, on veut partager des idées, mais on devra commencer le prochain événement. Donc, si vous voulez, prenez vos sièges, take your seats, please. Parlez à petite voix si vous faites des conversations, très bon. And we'll get started very, very soon. We're just managing some of the technical details, but that's it. So, si vous sont en train de discuter avec force et conviction, s'il vous plaît, à petite voix ou asseyez-vous, puisqu'on peut commencer. Merci. What you do is, yeah, because what you do is when you see that it's there, if you do this, where's the X? No, that's good.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So I think we're ready to start with the next session. If you would like to take your seats. Okay, so I would like to welcome you to this session, and I'm very happy that we can organize this event today as a collaboration between the 4 per initiative, the GIZ, and the EAD initiative, the Economics of Land Degradation initiative. This event is taking place as one event in a series of events of the Community of Practice, which we jointly organize with the GIZ and the 4 per initiative. Yes, and I would strongly invite you to join this community and the initiative. This year is kind of a special year as the COPs of all 3 Rio conventions are taking place, and it's our common concern that soil health, land restoration, and sustainable land management are considered and recognized in the final documents of all 3 conventions conferences this year. Because to be frank, soil is at the very heart of all 3 conventions, and it's a central leverage to reach the goals of all 3 conventions. But at the same time, we need to make sure that these conventions and the target systems they are using are well aligned. And this is what we're going to discuss today in this event. And I'm very happy that we could, that Lise Rosanov agreed to be our moderator today in this event, as she has a lot of experience in this field, and I'm sure she's the perfect person to guide us through this day. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Claudia, and welcome also from my side to everyone. As Claudia said, my name is Liesel Wiese-Rosanov. I am an independent consultant with a background in soil science, and my topics include mostly sustainable land and soil management and soil organic carbon in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals, food security, climate change, and so on. And with the work I've been doing, I developed really a professional interest in aligning national processes with regards to natural resource or soil management in general. And it's very interesting when one starts working with partners in countries and different stakeholders, and through informal conversations, one starts learning what some of the challenges are, and that there's really a lot of room for aligning national processes in terms of land use, planning, and management to speak to multiple global responsibilities that countries have. So that was my introduction, or my bio. So the latest global land outlook of the UNCCD really summarized how sustainable land management, restoration of land resources, especially land ecosystems, is really at the center of all 3 conventions. And over the last 3 to 5 years, I think we've really seen an increase in recognition of the role that land has to play in both in climate change mitigation and adaptation, also in terms of biodiversity, especially with soil biodiversity and how important that is. And land is obviously at the core of the UNCCD, so there's no dispute of how important it is for that convention. So because we are talking about how can targets and national processes be aligned at the national level, I want to show you some examples of what targets look like at the moment, both in terms of occurring only in one convention or multiple targets for one country under different conventions. And since we are at the UNCCD COP, I just extracted these examples of targets that for soil organic carbon protection or sequestration, for grassland management and restoration, and also for wetland, peatland, and mangrove conservation and re-wetting. So the maps are just for illustration, but for these countries, these targets occur only in land degradation neutrality targets. So there's no reference to soil carbon or grasslands or wetlands for these countries in the other 2 conventions. So that means there's potential for these targets to be taken up or considered in other conventions. Also importantly, for soil organic carbon, for example, 39 countries have soil organic carbon only in land degradation neutrality, and 27 of those targets are quantified. To show you what that means, for example, targets can say that soil carbon has to be increased by a certain amount of tons per hectare in croplands, or it needs to be increased in a certain area of a land use, for example, cropland. It's also sometimes stated as a percentage of like 25% of grasslands, the soil organic carbon needs to be increased. And then it can also be very general to just say productivity and carbon stocks need to be improved in croplands and grasslands in general without saying by how much, so that we consider unquantified. And to show you the example from Nepal, which has targets for soil organic carbon both in land degradation neutrality, which was set in 2018, and the nationally determined contribution, which was set in 2020, but both with a target date of 2030. So under LDN, the target is to increase soil organic carbon specifically by a percentage, 1% per year. And in the NDC, 2 years later, the target is to increase soil organic matter. So we have different metrics and increase it by 3.95%. Also the baselines, the LDN target says that it used the UNCCD global baseline data with a baseline in tons per hectare. And with the NDC, it didn't specify the data it used, but the baseline is 2% soil organic matter. So this raises questions about the alignment and the processes that happen at national level where these targets are set, and how will that eventually influence implementation, planning, and monitoring and so on. So some of the key points that we want to discuss today is that we are seeing increased recognition by the convention secretariats that there are overlaps, especially in the land-based sphere among the conventions, and that there is a lot of potential for aligning these land-based commitments. And I think the establishment of the Rio Pavilion at the conventions is already evidence of the start of recognizing that there are parallel processes. So we just want to focus this today on land-based management. So based on the example we saw from Nepal, the question is, are these target setting processes aligned at the national level? And also, do these targets overlap in terms of the areas where the actual implementation needs to happen and take place? And I think we will hear a bit more about that in an upcoming keynote presentation as well. And it has potential influence on finance, implementation planning, monitoring, etc. And then in terms of updating targets under the different conventions, there's also potential that the land-based targets in land degradation neutrality and NDC targets could contribute to the decisions under the post-2020 biodiversity framework of supporting biodiversity's role in climate change, and also important for conserving soil biodiversity. So we want to understand how these linkages can be actioned upon in the new target setting phases. Then specifically quantified targets for land-based measures in land degradation neutrality and biodiversity could help to increase ambition in future NDC targets. And then we also have the question whether including any existing targets under LDN and biodiversity, if they are taken up in NDC climate targets, whether that could be used to unlock access to climate finance, which we heard in November last year is being ranked up, and also technical support and capacity development. And if yes, what would that look like? How do the links between these targets have to be made? And that is one of the questions that we will also discuss with our panelists. So with that said, the program, we will have a few keynote presentations, and we will have a panel discussion for about 30 minutes, and then hopefully have a time for a few questions from the floor and also from the online panel, or not panel, the online participants, because we're having a hybrid event. But we're very lucky to have Ms. Miriam Medel Garcia here today. She unfortunately can only be with us for 30 minutes, so we're going to ask and interact with Miriam now before we go to the keynote presentations. So Miriam, you can take your seat so long, please. And Miriam is the Chief of External Relations Policy and Advocacy with the UNCCD Secretariat. She has more than 20 years of experience in the fields of diplomacy, international relations, multilateralism, and sustainable development. And she also embodies in a person some of the overlaps between conventions, because prior to that she spent, I think about, well, I'm not sure how long, but a number of years with the UNFCCC Secretariat as Special Assistant to the Executive Secretary. So she also has a very good understanding of the UNFCCC Secretariat processes. So, Miriam, welcome, and thank you for making an effort to join us, even for a short time. So, what I want to ask from you, based on what we've heard now, the overlaps between the different conventions and that land-based activities are really central to all of them. What we want to understand, first of all, is how does the UNCCD Secretariat see these overlaps in terms of land-based activities and targets? And what are the current processes of support available within the UNCCD Secretariat to support countries in recognizing and acting on these synergies? And you have about 5 minutes, so I'd love to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope this will be okay. First of all, apologies for changing the order of the speakers. I am supporting the negotiations, and as you may know, we are currently very much in deep negotiation mode, parties are, so I will have to unfortunately leave in a short period of time to support the Friends of the Chair who are negotiating the political declaration coming out of COP15. Second, first, I would like to really thank ELD and GIZ for having this initiative that is bringing this conversation on the synergies between the three Rio Conventions to something very tangible. The conversations have existed for a long time. Actually, upon the mandate of the parties, the secretariats have established something called their Joint Liaisons Group, which is an informal group of coordination among the three secretariats, which mainly focuses on advocacy on what the synergies could look like. We have several work streams in that Joint Liaisons Group. One is on communications, and David here is probably, I would say, is the leader of that group. And we are very grateful actually to CBD for just bringing us to the next level in communicating wide to the entire world, not only to the parties, but to the population at large, A, about the existence of the three conventions, and B, about the linkages, the vicious circle between land degradation, biodiversity loss, and climate change, but also the virtuous cycle between land restoration, climate action, and biodiversity conservation, because they feed each other. So, so that's one important way that we're supporting parties and following the objectives of the conventions in this through this advocacy function. But the second one is on capacity building, and here is where I will go into the support to the parties. Our national focal points are often different for each of the conventions. So what we are trying to do is to design some sort of capacity building program for the national focal points of the three Rio Conventions, so they can actually become aware of the synergies and of like these very evident linkages between the LDN targets and the biodiversity targets and the nationally determined contribution. So that's where we are. I would say although the conventions were born together, they were seen as separate agendas for a long time. I do see now, finally, I gotta say finally, that there is the appetite and the awareness among the parties to bring it to the next level and move towards towards synergistic implementation and coherent implementation at the national level. And we start with the instruments that we have, which are the targets that you have mentioned. In that sense, I go back to my first remark. We are very, very grateful at UNCCD to ELD for putting forward this study, this initiative, and then seeing how it could look like in one particular country, which hopefully will be a lab or a policy example or a good practice for other countries around the world to also maximize gains and make some make better use of their own resources when preparing all these reports that they are bound to do to the multilateral agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. That was great. Can I ask clarification? What was the group that you mentioned? I didn't get that. Rejoined?
It's called the Joint Liaisons Group.
Joint Liaisons Group.
And there are several mandates in the 3 conventions for the secretariats to work together. And we are actually quite happy, and we are a very collaborative group, but we really need, I sincerely believe we're at the stage where this now needs to go to the parties. We are lucky in the sense that currently the UK presidency of the UNFCCC, the Chinese incoming presidency of CBD, along with Egypt, and the Ivorian presidency of UNCCD are interested in promoting the synergies, because at the end of the day we have to remember that these are party-driven processes, and it's only with the political direction of the parties that we will get to a more synergistic and coherent approach of national implementation.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that additional clarification is really useful. And what I like is that you mentioned this joint liaisons group, which really is driving the synergies at the global and the high political level. And yet you mentioned something I think is really important with the national focal points, which are really the entry point for the secretariats to the countries. And communicating with them directly and having that support and building the capacity is essential. So, delving a little bit to the next level, the land degradation neutrality targets were set around 2015 and sometime later, and because it's a sustainable development goal target, it's set for 2030. So what is the plan post 2030 to update or set new land degradation neutrality targets? And that is basically an 8-year process from here to then, where we can see how all these synergies develop. But how can by then the land-based targets under biodiversity and climate change then be considered and taken up into the new land degradation neutrality targets?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, first I gotta say that the land degradation neutrality targets are voluntary targets. This is a difference with, for example, UNFCCC, where the NDCs are legally binding. We currently have around 130 parties who have submitted their targets, and what the Secretariat and the global mechanism of the convention do is to support parties in developing the transformative projects and programs that will allow them to fulfill the targets. Since we have 130 out of 197, we are still pushing and we are still supporting parties that are interested in setting up the target for the first time. And because they are voluntary, we are really not time bound to put a deadline on it. I mean, yes, we have 8 years left, but we continue to encourage parties to set them and to do it in a way that is very consistent with their NDC, which is the one that most parties already have. And then the Secretariat and the Global Mechanism are currently working in the design of the second phase of the renewed target setting process, and that will come, the process will be launched immediately after COP15. So we really don't know exactly how it looks like. We will be basing a lot on the reporting cycle, which has currently been launched, and then we hope to have something more concrete very soon. I guess with regard to the synergy with the other targets from the other conventions, what I would say, it is very important that the national authorities do this in a very coherent manner. I mean, I'm remembering this phrase in Spanish from a professor I had, which was always saying, muchos microesfuerzos macro descoordinados, which translates like many micro efforts, macro discoordinator. So it is the time to work together, to go beyond I would say, the sectoral approaches that we had in the past century for development, which were very useful after the Industrial Revolution, where we were just going for agricultural sector, infrastructure, transport, energy, into something more integral, considering the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement as the main objectives towards a new concept of sustainable development. And there, the 3 Rio Conventions have a very, very important role to play. Land is at the center of it, as the Global Land Outlook second edition that we have, it's our flagship publication, has very clearly stated. Land is the connector, the operational link between humans, carbon, biodiversity. So we really have to pay a lot of attention to it and work very hard to restore it, because it will also bring benefits with regard to carbon sequestration and biodiversity conservation. So we are really, I shouldn't use this simile in this context, but we will be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. And creating a great environment for those 3 birds before then is what we are actually trying to do in terms of just improving the management of our natural resources in general, as you say. And that is really at the heart of what these conventions are trying to do. And understand that with the UNCCD being a voluntary, or the LDN targets being voluntary, that makes it a bit more tricky. And maybe in that sense, understanding where the overlaps and the alignments are to get to achieve targets under multiple conventions with single actions is really imminent and timely at this stage. So Miriam, thank you so much for joining us. If you are free to go back to your other commitments or stay as long as you can. But from there, Miriam also already mentioned some points about the economics of land degradation study. So it's now my pleasure to move into that, where we will have a case study of how developing these synergies at the national level will be tested in Rwanda. So I'm happy to invite Dr. Alisher Mirzabayev. Alisher is the acting professor of production economics at the University of Bonn, and he's also been the coordinating lead author of the chapter on desertification of the IPCC special report on climate change and land. And I think for people interested in the economics of land degradation, Alisher's name is very familiar, at least in publications and so on. So we're very honored to have you here, Alisher. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will speak from here. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming to this session today. What I'm going to present is a planned case study. So a case study that we are now starting to carry out in Rwanda. And this case study will specifically look at what Miriam was saying. What are the synergies? How to achieve those synergies in terms of land restoration activities across these 3 conventions implementation in the country. So it will be a national level study led together with the University of Bonn and University of Rwanda. It will look at the national level implementation so that we can create some idea about those micro effects that Miriam talked about, so that at the end we have this macro impact. So now let me start talking about the presentation itself. First of all, as both speakers before me said, there are a lot of connections in terms of land between the 3 conventions. This land is the thing that brings them together, actually, and then it can we can look at this both from the vicious cycle, so land affecting negatively both climate change, land degradation affecting negatively climate change, biodiversity, loss of habitats, or also loss of livelihoods, but also we can look at this from a more virtuous cycle perspective. When we manage land better in a sustainable way, we can have positive impacts across the 3 dimensions and plus, because positive impacts of land do not stop with climate or land or biodiversity. They spill over to also livelihoods, to food security, to other aspects. Now, so why Rwanda? That was probably the first question I asked, you would ask me. First of all, because Rwanda is one of the countries which is highly affected by land degradation, a lot of deforestation, in spite of being a relatively small country with very high population density. a lot of loss of fertile soils for crop production, for agriculture, but also loss of biodiversity, rich habitats. And Rwanda also, for this reason probably, Rwanda has very ambitious, quantified, numbered land restoration targets under 2 Rio conventions. And also it is, I think, very important consideration that we found a very strong political will to change how things are organized on the ground from the Rwandan authorities. That was the 3 major important reasons why we selected Rwanda for this case study. Now, I talked about land degradation in Rwanda. These numbers really show the extent of land degradation across from 2002 to 2018. You can see that every year Rwanda is losing something like 60, on average, 60, 70 million US dollars to land degradation. And this, you can see this trend line, which is increasing. So this loss of economic value because of land degradation is increasing over time. Now, these are the commitments by Rwanda in terms of land restoration. 460,000 hectares under LDN, voluntary, Miriam told us, and then 260,000 hectares under NDCs. So assuming if these are separate commitments, we are having total something like 721,000 hectares. If they are not separate, if we are going to the mandatory ones and only looking at those parts, then it will be less if we are just going. So it depends. I think it would be a great discussion for the panel to tell us, are these commitments separate? So we are adding them up? Or are these overlapping? So we need to go to the highest commitment and then everything else will be taken care of automatically. So according to our estimate, using the new data set, Econ WOCAT data set that will be launched right after this event, the total cost of restoring these degraded lands in Rwanda will be 1.6 billion US dollars. So according to the data, for example, by EUCN, Rwanda is not spending even a tenth of that annually on land restoration activities. So there is a huge financing gap. So key challenges are financing gaps, lack of economically profitable and environmentally sustainable targeting. So we know those hectares, 700,000 hectares that we need to restore, but where to restore? Where it makes economic sense to restore, where it makes environmental sense to restore, where are those pixels, those specific points where we need to carry out land restoration activities? I think I have the impression that it's mostly improvised, or there is no kind of some very coordinated, methodologically driven selection of those sites. So this achieving alignment and synergies will help in these terms as well. So now I will try to speed up my presentation so that we have more time for panel discussions. So the objective is provide evidence-based policy information to the government of Rwanda for improving land restoration activities, and evaluate the synergies between the implementation of these 3 tracks of land restoration activities under the 3 conventions at the national level. Here are the specific research questions. Maybe we could talk then, if anyone is interested, on how to do them, on methodology part. I will not talk about those right here, but it will be what is the extent of cost of land degradation, what are the total financing needs and current financing gaps. So I gave some ideas on those already. Where are the degraded locations with the highest returns on investments? And how the cost and benefits from current, more or less, let's say, segmented approach compare with costs and benefits. Coordination also has costs. It doesn't come for free. So how to compare the costs and benefits of both approaches, and what are the conclusions from that? Now, the broader implications from that would be, first, increasing number of countries have now quantified land restoration targets across these Rio conventions. Not all, but as far as I understand, 75 countries in total have quantified targets. It's clear that current investments in land restoration activities are way below the needs. Yeah? So these synergies, these mechanisms, how to do these more efficiently. Efficiently means doing the same at a lower cost or doing more at the same cost. Yeah? So how we can do it efficiently so that it can attract, mobilize more funds, for example, from the private sector. And then such kind of example of a laboratory of study in one country could also serve as provide lessons for other countries to adapt these lessons to their conditions and emulate these findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Alisher. You can have a seat at the table, alone for a little while. But to follow up on this, we would really like to also get the high-level perspective from Rwanda to understand what some of the institutional challenges are and what they hope to get out of this. And for this, we have Dr. Ildefonse Musafiri joining us from the online platform. And I hope, Ildefonse, that you can hear me. And we did speak before, so just to follow up on what Alisher has presented here, well, Ildefonse is a senior economist with more than 17 years of experience, and he's currently working as the Executive Director of the Strategy and Policy Council in the Office of the President. So he's really at the high level in terms of advisory to these kind of planning processes. And his research also focuses on development and economics of policy, where he's also involved in lecturing at the University of Rwanda. So, Ildefonse, can you tell us, there you are, it's good to see you. We can see you on the screen. Welcome. And can you tell us, from the government of Rwanda's perspective, what are some of the institutional challenges that you experience in creating greater synergies for planning, target setting, implementation, and so on within Rwanda? And how do you expect this economics of land degradation study could help to address these challenges? Over to you, Ildefonse.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, participants, and I also thank Arisha for the great presentation about this study in Rwanda. I want to make just few remarks, maybe regarding how I personally welcome this study, what I heard about it. So, as a context, also the Republic of Rwanda, one of the parties that has decided to complete the mission of protecting environment and human health through the proper implementation of this multilateral environmental agreement that we ratified as a country. Then, in a bid to strengthen and address the current challenges posed by the complex relationships on climate change, biological diversity through drought and desertification on the social, economic, and environmental forefront, we have the Rwanda Environmental Management Authority that also has tried to create synergies and harmonize conventions on biological diversity, the Convention to Combat Desertification, as well as the Framework Convention on Climate Change. So the three conventions are intrinsically linked, operating in the same ecosystems and addressing interdependent issues. The creation of the synergies among them means the joint and homogeneous performance of obligations and corresponding activities with an increase of the overall impact rather than the actions carried out within the standalone framework in each convention. However, even though we try to do these kind of synergies and attempted to make sure that we bring the implementation of this convention under the same umbrella, we still have serious challenges, maybe that we believe will be addressed by this study. If you look at, first of all, at a global level, we have a kind of a level of interconnectedness of the Rio Conventions. There must be a global framework of planning and reporting to ensure that the synergy is fed on a national level. This would reduce all the resources allocated to fragmented reporting, because we see also that the global north makes a lot of financial pledges which are not fully honored, and yet the global south that we are part also are often base their targets on unmet pledges. So, and which was also put at put us at risk as long as the implementation of the Rio Conventions is concerned. At the local level, as Aisha said in the keynote address, we still have, of course, overlapping institutions and responsibilities. If you look at what we have, we still have many institutions with a mandate which makes it difficult to work toward the synergistic goal. So it's very hard to get the synergies. So there is a strong need for a multi-stakeholder cooperation and coordination for flood and landslide resilience across national and sub-national institutions, civil society, and the private sector stakeholders. Because until now, in Rwanda, many economic actors don't understand how the sustainable environmental management of land is a key for increase productivity, sustainability, and across the sectors. So we still also need to get this kind of awareness. And again, the private sector engagement it's very difficult to convince the private sector that they need to do their role, the big role in this the implementation of these conventions. And last but not least, we have the attachment in the planning. Our planning, of course, we try to have the list of planning and economy. Also, that also should take into consideration of the initiatives brought about the Ministry of Environment and other institutions that are in charge of implementing the Rio Conventions. But we often implement an ad hoc basis and not implement what we planned for in the nice strategy document. So, and as a consequence, because of these issues, either global and national, the land that Aisha said is the common denominator of this Rio Convention is still vulnerable today, the land for Rwanda. For example, I give you a fact. About 46 of our soils is exposed to soil erosion. And these, every year, we lose topsoils worth 2 billion, which is approximately 5% of our GDP, is washed away in the rivers every year. And these affect agriculture, these affect energy and water supply. We have floods and droughts that if we don't take care of these issues seriously, the flood and the drought will cost nearly $19 billion annually by 2050 if we don't manage this situation today. So, and that's why I believe that the study proposed by GIZ, the Conference Degradation, and also the University of Rwanda, I'm affiliated as a researcher. So I think it will help us, we expect to get the synergies in the planning, costing, or as well as budgeting, communication, reporting, which is harmonized in one document that can help us make a good progress. The cost and the benefit, as he highlighted, so harmonize the Rio Convention. What does it take us to harmonize to make sure we have toward the sustainable land use and the management, which illustration will confer the greatest benefit. Overall, I think from this study, we expected how to maximize the synergies and maybe an examination of the existing effort that has been done and propose the measures of improvement so that we may move forward. Maybe as well as acting as a lab for other countries who are learning from Rwanda, how we can be able to create synergy, institutional, financial, organizational, and structural, so that we may make sure that we prevent or we preserve our expensive land. I thank you at this time. I'm ready to answer any question.
Thank you, Ildefonse. I really appreciate your well thought through response. And you're getting a short applause from here, probably less only because I am speaking. So just to recap, I think you made a few very important points. You mentioned that there's, for example, the Environmental Management Authority in Rwanda that is aimed at combining some of the planning and implementation processes, and yet it's still a complicated effort at the national level with so many role players and boiling down to the sub-national level with multiple actors who themselves don't necessarily understand the linkage with land and food systems and in terms of climate change and how land is central to multiple goals. And saying that this study will really enable Rwanda, or should, to harmonize these processes in terms of sustainable land management. And very importantly also, it would be great to have this example for other countries to learn from. As we said when we had a discussion when meeting, this is not only a challenge for Rwanda, this is a challenge for probably most countries that are setting targets under the multiple conventions. So Ildefonso, thank you. We will come back to you again in the panel discussion. So for our last keynote contribution, we will actually play a video. We do have Dr. Lee Winawiki on the online. Ah, Lee, we can see you smiling. Hello. Thank you so much for preparing a video for us, which we will play for quality purposes with sound. So Lee is representing the Coalition for Soil Health, which is currently under implementation. She's the Soil and Land Health Global Research Lead for World Agroforestry, and she's a soil scientist with focus on scaling farmer-centered landscape restoration and soil organic carbon dynamics. And Lee is known as one of the most inspired and enthusiastic people working on this soil carbon topic. And it's always a pleasure to have you as part of an event, Lee, and thanks again for sharing your video. We will play that now. And the contribution is to just give an overview of how sustainable land management practices actually do contribute to targets under the 3 Rio Conventions. While we're waiting for the video, I would love to get an idea of who we actually have in the physical audience. So I'm happy to see that the room is actually filling up gradually, perhaps as people are coming in from lunch. But by raise of hands, please give an indication who of you are country representatives, either politically or technically. Any country representatives? Okay, I only see 3 hands. Thank you. Good to see. And I think the video will start. Can we go back to the video?
Hi, I'm Lee Winawiki, soil scientist and global research leader of soil and land health at C4ECRAF. I am so pleased to be here today to talk about restoring soil ecosystems for food and nutrition security, biodiversity, climate action, and ecosystem restoration. This is because soil provides so many ecosystem services and functions. I absolutely love this diagram from FAO that really highlights how soil contributes to carbon sequestration, climate regulation, nutrient cycling, flood regulation, water purification, and provision of construction materials and habitat for organisms. For this reason, healthy soil is central to the 3 Rio Conventions. I made this diagram here to try to demonstrate the central role that soil has for combating desertification and land degradation. Here we have, at the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, a focus on healthy land, essential to well-being of the planet's ecosystems and biodiversity. And we know that soil is the foundation of life on land. In addition, the Convention on Biological Diversity really highlights how critical biodiversity is for human well-being and the well-being of our planet. And since soil is one of the most biodiverse terrestrial ecosystems, it is natural that this also be included in the CBD. And naturally, soil has huge potential to store carbon. making it very relevant to the United Nations climate change action. So this diagram highlights the central role of soil to the 3 Rio Conventions. Unfortunately, every year we're still seeing an increase in degradation. This year's Global Land Outlook reported between 20 and 40% of the Earth's surface is degraded. IPBES indicates that this is negatively impacting 3 billion people. And in Africa, we have a significant amount of the agricultural land being degraded. That means we need to increase equitable and tailored investments for soil and land restoration. And luckily, as we've seen at this COP, soil is in the spotlight. So my plea, my call to action today is to really make sure we're all working together toward these very concrete and tangible goals to restore soil health globally. As you can see from this number of initiatives, including COP per Mil and Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, we've also formed the Coalition of Action for Soil Health. This took root in the UN Food System Summit last year and continues to grow. The overall objective is quite clear. Scale soil health globally by addressing critical implementation, monitoring, policy, and investment barriers that currently constrain farmers from adopting and scaling healthy soil practices. We have 4 targets. Integrate soil health considerations into policies. What are we talking about today? The potential, the importance to include soil organic carbon, soil health into the nationally determined contributions. We also want to expand research and development on healthy soil to inform these investments. 3, significantly increase the number of hectares of land under healthy soil practices. And 4, increase the financial investments 5 to 10-fold. Allow me to touch on just the monitoring part here. At C4ECRAF, we've been combining multiple methodologies to accurately track interventions. We must know and learn how interventions, restoration, impact key indicators of soil and land health. At C4ECRAF, we combine systematic field assessments using the Land Degradation Surveillance Framework with remote sensing, and now with the Regreening Africa project, we use farmer and citizen science to really engage implementers and farmers in the monitoring. But what are we monitoring? Let me just share you this slide on why we think soil organic carbon is a key indicator of soil health. It's because it influences so many of these other processes, including water holding capacity, stability of the soil, and overall soil fertility. It also responds to management, making it a very good indicator. And finally, it's quantifiable and rapid to measure, especially if we use soil spectroscopy, which we are using here at C4ECRAF. On the right, I just demonstrate a map of soil organic carbon across Tanzania. But now we need to make sure that all of these interventions are really scaled globally and that they're tailored to the context. So in the Regreening Africa project, we've moved away from the centralization of demonstration plots and instead are working with farmers, pastoralists on their land to implement multiple restoration practices, from farmer-managed natural regeneration, engaging with youth, tree planting, soil water conservation, and of course, using the Regreening Africa app to monitor these interventions. In summary, the key messages of my talk are: healthy soil is central to the 3 Rio Conventions. We need collaboration and alignment to scale soil health globally to achieve these targets, including private and public sector engagement through the Coalition of Action through Soil Health. We have the tools to monitor and track soil health, and let's translate science into action to scale implementation on the ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you again very much, Lee, for sending us that contribution by video. And I think I loved your slide with a picture of actual soil between the three conventions, and highlighting how soil health really is at the center of human well-being, natural resource well-being, biodiversity, and also through carbon sequestration, contributing to climate change. And when one digs more into the technical aspects, the monitoring and reporting is a whole different topic that we are not even going into today. But I think having shown how you also work with the land users in this context, it's very important that when we have these higher level discussions of target setting, to understand that in many countries it's the land users that will have the responsibility of implementing the actions that will enable countries to achieve their targets. So it's important that we never forget the link with the land users as well. Thank you so much, Lee. With that, we are going to move into a panel discussion. We are running over time a little bit, so I'm going to ask our panelists to maybe shorten their interventions a little bit. And we might cut in to the questions from the floor as well. But I'm happy to invite Mr. Motsomi Malechani, who is with us here today, to come up. Mr. Malechani is representing the UNF, the Climate Change Convention. Motsomi leads the Least Developed Countries Expert Group and National Adaptation Plans unit of the UNFCCC Secretariat. And he's also responsible for overall support to the least developed countries and the formulation and implementation of national adaptation programs. So with this regard, I think Motsomi is very well placed to understand what many of the challenges are that countries face. And then from our virtual platform, I'm also happy to introduce Dr. Jamal Anaglijova from the Convention on Biological Diversity. She is a staff member of the Secretariat of the Convention, where she leads the program on terrestrial ecosystems and restoration. She joined the Convention on Biological Diversity fairly recently, and she moved over from the UNCCD Secretariat, where she spent 10 years supporting Central Asian countries in the Initiative for Land Management. So, no, that was also before. So Jamal also really embodies a combination of the UNCCD information and now with the Convention on Biological Diversity. Jamal, we can see you on the screen. We're very happy to have you with us. And then we also have Martina Fleckenstein from WWF, the World Fund for Nature, World Wildlife Fund for Nature. Martina is the Global Policy Manager of the Food Practice for WWF International, and she also has over 25 years of experience in national and international environment and development policies. So Martina, we're very happy to have you here, and I know we've also discussed before on interest in aligning these different processes. And then we will get back to Ildefons from Rwanda as well as part of our panel discussion. So I want to start with the same questions that I asked of Miriam from the UNCCD. So to Motsomi and Jamal, I will ask you the same question in terms of the global level, having heard some of the concerns from Rwanda and also some of the interventions that Miriam gave, saying that there are some processes happening at the global level with this joint liaisons group, for example, and them also working a lot with capacity development with the focal points. From the Convention on Biological Diversity and the UNFCCC point of view, what is happening currently under your convention secretariat to support countries to capitalize on these synergies between the conventions in terms of land-based actions? What does the support look like to countries at the moment? And I would like to start, Motsomi, with you, please, and then I will go to Jamal. About 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and greetings to everyone. I'm happy to be here in this panel. I'll start first, and I think I like the comment that was made by Dr. Musafiri, who mentioned that one of the biggest challenges at the national level is actually achieving that synergy in addressing these issues, owing to mostly how well are the national people informed. So it means that in as much as we are having conversations also ourselves between the conventions, much of the work still remains to be done to help countries to be able to achieve this at the national level in between the national stakeholders. And obviously the connections between climate change, biodiversity, and land degradation. Let me also borrow the words from Miriam when she mentioned the three, to hit three birds with one stone. I think these are the three sides of the same coin, if you like to say. Many of the measures that we would be implementing or want to implement would eventually achieve broadly the objective of each one of these conventions. So there's a win-win possibility there, and there's no way one can go wrong. So just in terms of the kind of things that are happening at the conventions level, or at least at a higher level, there's the political level of activities or engagements, which Miriam already indicated. Recently, the presidencies of the three COPs have been conducting joint conversations between themselves to see in the way that they will run each of the COPs, how do they promote those synergies. So that's one part. And the second part she did mention also is the joint liaison group, which also part of the activities that we also do is having this Rio Conventions pavilion where we try to promote how we see all these three agenda coming together. And increasingly and lately, right now, with the latest science that we have from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, there is the increasing understanding of risk-based approaches to solving the problems, where we focus deeply on the risks themselves. And also in the UNFCCC, we have widened the scope of the risk to look at the whole risk continuum and looking at the preemptive risks all the way to losses and damage. That in the end, at the end of the day, when you look at them, they actually bring us back into, in fact, Dr. Musafiri said land is the least common denominator. So it actually, when you look at that and look at the risk-based approaches and look at the systems approaches, actually, it comes back to nature, it comes back to land. And these are some of the approaches that I think once we increasingly continue to mainstream and understand them, they will help us to achieve that element that we say we want to create or implement projects or policies that would benefit all of the three conventions that we are saying. And maybe just quickly to wrap up, one of the other elements or the things that we do in terms of funding, the funding that's provided under the convention, for instance, through the Global Environment Facility, promotes this multifocal area programs or projects, and also it's up to the governments also to help in that respect to promote that kind of programming where you look at projects or programs that address climate change, biodiversity issues, as well as land degradation together in its entirety. And that is very much promoted across the programs that we have. We also have other peripheral activities that we created. For instance, in the UNFCCC, we have, as part of the UN Food System Summit process, we have an alliance that we are leading on climate resilient food systems, where we are also trying to bring in our different partners to work together to find common solutions and promote these coherent, integrated approaches that would help also, maybe we translate that also at the national level. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you very much, Mosomi. Clearly, there is really a lot of recognition, especially at the global level, and trying to work in terms of recognizing these synergies. And as you say, with the COP committees also working towards this more constructively. So we really look forward to seeing how these processes develop further. So Jamal, over to you, please, from the perspective of the Convention on Biological Diversity.
Thank you, Liesl. I hope you can hear me well. So thank you for this opportunity to join you online and continue our discussion, which we started earlier this year on this very interesting case study on Rwanda. And I really see this process being accelerated. The process on the synergies will be accelerated at the UNCCD COPs. The next 2 years would be pivotal for the three rare conventions when the countries could find the joint points of the synergies. Now for your question, what is already ongoing or what we as the Rio Convention Secretariat can do to facilitate synergies. So first of all, as already have been mentioned by Miriam and also a colleague from the climate change, there is a joint liaison group. This is a great high level, the senior management platform for collaboration. But there are also other processes on the synergies. For example, UNCCD Secretariat was helpful to mobilize UNCCD focal points to participate in the development of post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, so-called Bern process. So that was a very good example of the synergies between the convention. The same way CBD Secretariat organized jointly with the climate change, the IPCC and IPBES Secretariat, the workshop on biodiversity and climate change. So just bringing the scientific communities together. So the examples are there. And the ongoing processes where 3 Rio focal points put together for joint decisions at the country levels are also there. As you know, the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework is coming, the negotiation of this framework is coming to its final stage. We're meeting for the 4th and the last negotiation session in Nairobi next month. So, and this is also the time where the 3 Rio Convention focal points can come up with a joint position or informed position on what would be the level of ambition for the Global Biodiversity Framework. So the Global Biodiversity Framework will be adopted with the action targets and the headline indicators. But the next 2 years would be also used to develop the methodological basis for reporting and monitoring system. This is also a very crucial time for the focal points of the convention to see where they can share the data and information for more effective reporting and setting up the baseline. For example, UNCCD is already in its 2nd cycle of geospatial reporting. So what the convention as a CBD can use from the UNCCD in these terms? So that this dialogue should happen also at the country level. So there are also very good decisions on the synergy. So we as a secretariats, we have a strong, but I would say quite a broad mandate on the synergies. But at the same time, what can we do more as the secretariats to assist, to make those synergies more practical and efficient? So as each of us, 3 of us are working from within our mandates and also distinctive objectives. So that's, of course, we should not forget about this. We could, and as we already identified that the land and ecosystem restoration, conservation is a denominator for all 3 conventions. So each of us have their own processes on, let's say, land degradation neutrality, ecosystem restoration and CBD, and also the processes on a full sector in climate change. So we could, as a secretariat, come up with a, let's say, a joint guide for the 3 focal, the national focal points, 3 Rio Conventions, so that at least they can understand. So where to search for which information, like a very light pointer to the most important decision, data, and processes under the Rio Convention. So we as a secretariat could see what and learn and share information on the spatial planning tools, because all of those spatial planning tools are being developed now in the convention. So how compatible they are, so how they could help, you know, for a joint discussion, a joint cooperation in the country level. So finally, the secretariats of Rio Convention could also use the GF expanded constituency workshops to revive this tradition when we would bring the 3 Rio Convention focal points to discuss the joint programming. And maybe just the one last example, which as an idea I would mention, is that the Rio Convention, as all of us were not present at the country level, so having a dialogue with the UN country teams to see how the Rio Convention in implementation would be the part and also priority of the UN country teams. So that's, I think, also the opportunity which is still untapped, and this is something which we can jointly pursue also under the umbrella of the SDG and the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration. So the channels are there for communication, the ideas are there, but we need a mandate also from the countries to start working on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jamal, for bringing that all together and also providing some concrete suggestions about what can be done. And I particularly like your suggestion about a joint guide for national focal points to indicate how the synergies can be harnessed at the national level. And it would be great to see how the economics of land degradation study could also inform part of that thinking. So moving on to Martina. Martina, you are coming more from the NGO perspective. So briefly, can you give us an idea of how do you see the most effective entry points for international development and aid agencies to support countries to recognize and create more synergies when they are working with land-based target setting and implementation?
Thank you. And I hope you could hear me very well, and thanks for being invited to this really inspiring and encouraging session today. I think the Rwanda case and listening in there is not an individual case. So very often the commitments which are made by the countries are ambitious, which challenging objectives, and I think the problem is very often the lack of financial support. And let me also summarize, if you look at the LDN and the national determined contribution, the commitments under the UNFCCC and the Bolton Challenge, we are about 1 billion hectare, which is stated by a study. And this is exactly this 1 billion hectare, which also UNCCD wants to see implemented by 2030 on restoration. The challenge is, and that's exactly where your question is targeting at, is how to get there. It was very interesting for me to listen in that Rwanda has an environmental management authority already established, because what we have, and that's where development organizations could help to support, is we need a greater cooperation between the various ministries, the institutes at national and subnational level, and also on the subordinate departments and institutes. And this coordination has not only to be at the implementation phase, and this is following up what Jamal said, is we need this already, and Miriam, we need this already in the planning phase and the phase of defining the specific targets and objectives. And that's especially where we have the gaps at the moment, that there is still sectoral approaches. So the UNCCD focal points and the focal points for the UNCBD and UNFCCC, these are very often not coming together and discuss exactly this planning and target setting. And also it's important, I think, in this context, that the commitments which are made are not counteract each other. So which means that at one hand, afforestation targets then take place at the expense of other ecosystems, just as savanna, rangelands. And that's exchange of knowledge. We need a better exchange of knowledge at different levels. This is at national level, at sub-national level, cross member states, but also learn about the knowledge from the indigenous communities, the people on the ground. And
Martina?
Only 45% of the problem is that incentives are unsustainable and support agriculture.
Martina, I'm going to interrupt you, unfortunately, because the connection is not great with the sound coming through.
From sustainable and only soil organic carbon, especially by applying agroecology and regenerative practices.
I think, well, I don't know if, is it a connection in general that another participant will not come through clearly? Oh, okay. So I'm not sure, because we wanted to go back to Ildefonso. I'm not sure if we will be able to hear him clearly. And I gather that Miriam cannot hear us either. So, Miriam, can you hear us? I don't see any reactions. So while we make sure whether the online platform can still hear us, Motsomi? We are having possibly some technical issues with the online platform hearing us, so I would like to come back to you with a second question, and we're running quite late on time as well. So having heard how there are these different targets already set under different conventions, from the UNFCCC perspective specifically, if countries want to take up their existing land-based and soil organic carbon sustainable land management targets from land degradation neutrality and biodiversity, for example, and reflect that in new or updated NDCs, is that something that could unlock, for example, climate finance? And to do so, what would this linking need to look like? For example, would countries need to state their targets specifically as mitigation targets or adaptation actions to be implemented? Or would it be sufficient to, for example, link to land degradation and biodiversity targets as political actions that are occurring already that can be considered as part of the NDC targets? And we running short of time, so if you can keep it brief, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lisa. I was actually discussing this with my colleagues in the morning on the mitigation department as well. The most important question actually is where's the best place to reflect what information? In the NDCs, parties is a party-driven process, so parties can actually literally include things that they find relevant to achieve their climate change objectives. And in this particular case, as we said, there's a lot of connections between biodiversity goals or target land degradation as well and climate change. It's very common that there will be mutual linkages. In fact, Dr. Mizabayev, I like the example that you showed when you were showing the targets that are being indicated in the NDCs versus the targets that we have in the LDN target setting, and of course that difference. I think what is important is trying to see how we can harmonize those. So in the instance that they are common indicators of targets, then how do we harmonize those across the different instruments and the different elements so that at least we are, by implementing either the approaches from the climate change perspective, you're still also achieving your LDN targets in that perspective. So I think this is one thing that we need to look at it into that perspective. How do we make sure that the representation is harmonized across the different instruments that we have? So it wouldn't necessarily be simply to pull them out and maybe you say, I put them in the NDC. Perhaps maybe, I think funding is another thing that comes eventually with whatever the country wants to do and achieve. But the harmonization would be the most important one of these different targets and indicators that we set. Another thing that I would also caution, not caution, but that's for important consideration by the parties, is that if you include certain targets in the NDCs, of course you're free to do so, but then in terms of their monitoring, verification, review processes and the guidelines that exist in the Climate Change Convention, they will be viewed from the climate change perspective. So you might not be able to have that complete review of them. But this is just something just for consideration. But in terms of achieving what you want to do, it's pretty open that the targets can be harmonized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what I'm hearing is that the potential is definitely there, but maybe some of the technicalities of how to achieve it still need to be fleshed out and tested. And again, with the case study in Rwanda, hopefully some of these examples will at least be identified, and through the process we will see how that can move forward. Do we still have access to our online participants? So Martina, thank you. We lost you a little bit, I think, halfway through your contribution, and since we are really running out of time, and I would like to still take at least one or two questions from the floor, I would like to then just come back to Ildefonse. Ildefonse, if I can ask you to just give us a brief feedback on what you have heard from the convention so far, and just briefly tell us if there are still any particular bottlenecks that, that you think are being experienced at the institutional level in Rwanda. And having heard that also, although it's possible to take up these synergies between the different target setting processes, knowing what, for example, the institutional bottlenecks in Rwanda is would be very useful to build on a case study. So Ildefonse?
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. I think, as I mentioned earlier, the bottlenecks in Rwanda are not different from what other countries are facing in terms of implementing these conventions. I mentioned earlier these are kind of overlapping institutions' responsibilities, people not understanding that their roles, their respective roles in implementation, and detachment in the planning. That's mostly the bottleneck we have, and we are lacking the synergy in the budgeting. We are lacking synergies in communications. One-stop center where I think we have information sharing between staff and the resources, and also so that we may even avoid synergies in the reporting, so that we may not duplicate. Remember, where they have presented the cases, you have a target from the biodiversity conservation, which may be likely the same target for NDCs, and we don't know if we report the same thing or different thing. So, and we need the clarity. So these are the bottlenecks that we think a study on harmonized synergies with the clear roadmap, with the clear examination of the existing structures, with the clear costing, with the clear places and areas, and that will help us move forward. So we have both institutional, financial, communication skills, and organizational bottlenecks that need to be addressed through the proposed study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ildefonse, also for keeping it brief, and I think that was a great summary, and also what you mentioned about lacking communication, but also the need for synergies in terms of reporting and not duplicating actions, but also knowing whether when you put reporting information together for one convention, whether it will actually be suitable for another. So I think there what Jamal mentioned about having the scientific committees of the convention sitting together, that there's also a strong technical aspect in terms of understanding how these synergies can work well, so that when it comes to implementation, monitoring and reporting, this information is actually suitable to the different conventions that require this reporting. So from there, I want to thank our panelists. Unfortunately, we'll not get to the second round, but what I am hoping is that we will ask our panelists to provide a written response to further questions that we would have. We were going to ask them the same question that Motsomi has answered, and we will, the responses that we get, we will provide in the report that will come out from the session. So with about 2 minutes left, I would like to ask if there's any particular question from the floor here in the room to one of our panelists. I don't see any hands, so is there a specific question that came through from the online platform? Not yet. Okay. So if there are no questions, I hope that is because things were clear. And this is a complex process, so I'm hoping that this is also, well, I know that this is sort of part of a series of interventions, so there's more to follow. And then I would like to ask Nina Bizom from GIZ and Economics of Land Degradation. You can briefly introduce yourself and just give us a summary and an outlook moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. So I'm Nina Bizom. I coordinate the Economics of Land Degradation initiative, which is hosted by GIZ. And I have the honor to close that highly interesting session here today. So what we heard and what has been confirmed once again is that there's a strong interest at the level of the Convention Secretariat to really support that process of better aligning their their implementation efforts also at national level. And I understood that this is a process which needs to be brought forward by the party countries themselves, and that they should better mandate, like the secretariats, to bring their support to this process. So this is well noted, and I think that the study we are conducting in Rwanda will provide very insightful results to support this process, not only in Rwanda, but also to serve as a laboratory exercise and also a best practice example, I hope, for also other countries to learn from that. And we will then in November at the COP27 present the first results of that study, and we'll invite, of course, the secretariats once again to be part of that discussion then. And I'm very much looking forward to these results, and I hope that then we will have some more resonance also from other country representatives to give in their perspectives, and maybe even we can create some kind of initiative coming out of that process which will involve more countries in that. So with that said, I would like to thank the speakers and the panelists, of course. It's great that you came here and presented what we're doing, and also to bring in your convention's perspectives to the process. I would like to thank Liesel for the wonderful moderation of this session today, and I hope that you enjoyed, and hope to see you then in November at COP27 at the follow-up session. Also in the name of 4 per 1000 and GIZ. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to get started because the sessions today are tightly sequenced. There's only about 15 minutes between each one, and you've now used up the 15 minutes. I've seen that we've had some food. That's great, something to drink. Let's get for that part of the afternoon. I notice, je remarque que tout le monde est vraiment en arrière de la salle, really near the back. Ça fait un sens de communauté si on avance. It's more like a community if you're able to come forward a few rows. Don't worry, if you have to leave, that's okay, we don't mind that, but it's a little better for the speakers if you come a little bit closer. So please step up a little bit. Because if I was a speaker, il y avait personne, if there was nobody in the front row, I would get shy. So merci beaucoup, très bon. Okay, I will simply turn things over to our next event, looking at some of the new tools related to sustainable land management. Where's our moderator for the event? There she is. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, dear observers, friends of sustainable land management, welcome. Welcome to this session. We are talking about cost and benefit data on sustainable land management today. My name is Julian. I'm working for GIZ in a global project of sustainable land management. And we are hosting this session together with our partners. And it's a pleasure for me to guide you through this session. I hope it will be very interesting for you. And the aim of the event is to present a new tool or a new database, the Econ VOCAT database, and the database itself, and also some key outcomes, how useful it is, and we would like to have also your feedback on that. So let us start. We will have an introduction. Somebody will set the scene. Then we get to know more about this Econ VOCAT tool. And we will have also a panel discussion and your intervention, or you're invited to intervene. With an esteemed panel of experts from FAO, IFAD, CILS, and the global mechanism, we will discuss the need and usefulness of cost-benefit data to identify the most cost-effective courses of action and also alternative pathways for sustainable land management and to achieve a land degradation neutral world. The second aspect is to enhance the appraisal of investments associated to the adoption of sustainable land management. And last but not least, as well as implications for the evaluation of LDN transformative projects and programs. So now I would like to invite two colleagues of us, Waltraud Edra from the ELD network and Nicole Harari from VOCAT. Please set us the scene. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Really happy to have so many faces here and people listening to our event. Let me try to move on. So that's the agenda that Juliana already introduced. And now, I would like to start with what are we talking about today. So we have heard a lot about land degradation is evolving at a great pace. And of course, this comes with high costs. We know that land degradation will cost us about 10% of annual GDP. We see, of course, this pressing need for scaling up finance to sustainable land management and ecosystem restoration in order to fulfill the land degradation neutrality targets, combat desertification and biodiversity loss. Investing in restoration makes sound economic benefits and exceeds the costs. That's what you heard in the opening statement of this day. Still, we need policy frameworks and an enabling environment to create this change. And it's also important to identify innovative ways of financial instruments, and to track investment flows flowing into nature. And there, I think it's also interesting, if you're interested in this topic, we from the ELD Economics of Land Degradation Initiative are working together with UNEP and the World Economic Forum on a study that's tracking financial flows that are flowing into nature-based solutions. So positive ones and negative ones. We have released last year our first report, State of Finance for Nature 2021, and we are working now on the follow-up edition, and so stay tuned if you want to learn more about that. But of course, it's not all about investment flows, financial instruments. It is about us, people. It is about lives and livelihoods. And it is about ecosystem services that provide multiple benefits for people, and soil is the primary source for ecosystem flows that flow to people. We have 3.2 billion people affected by land degradation. So that's 1 out of 3 people living on this planet. And because of that, I brought you a picture from Wokat, actually. It's a picture from Tajikistan, and that clearly shows that how we manage our land makes a difference. And now, with that in mind, I would like to read out the definition of sustainable management. So sustainable land management is the use of land resources to produce goods and provide services to meet changing human needs, while simultaneously ensuring long-term productivity, long-term productive potential of these land resources and their environmental functions. So having this in mind, thinking of the experience we made, and seeing that it's not an easy one to really change to sustainable land management, although it makes a lot of sense, but transitioning practices, of course, always involves costs. So usually upfront costs, and provides benefits, but benefits more in the middle and long term. And so, when we think of decisions over our land resources and of ways to foster adoption of sustainable land management practices, we definitely have to think about costs, but we also have to think about future benefits and overall societal benefits that these adoptions bring. And we have to think what that means for people's livelihoods and ecosystems. So we need to understand the effects of practices on people's livelihoods and on ecosystems. And last but not least, we also have to know how to implement technologies. So we need knowledge about SLM technologies. And with that, I would like to hand over to Nicole from Wokat, who will tell us a lot about Wokat database with a vast base of knowledge on sustainable land management technologies.
Thank you, Waltraud. Thank you very much. So you have probably already heard about Wokat and the database. I'm not going to repeat too much, but just to quickly have an understanding how we embarked on this journey of the joint project on economics of sustainable land management. So currently, or the state of the Wokat database, it includes over 2,000 practices from over 130 countries. People, parties, other stakeholders can freely upload and access their good SLM practices worldwide from wherever they are. And as part of the praise reporting, parties can report their best practices under the section. You can see here the implementation framework actions on the ground. This is part of the voluntary reporting, but they can do that through Wokat if they like to. So what we have noted in discussions with colleagues from ELD, that if we look, we have costs for establishment and maintenance of sustainable land management practices documented in the VOCAT database, so we know something about how much does it cost to establish a practice, how much does it cost to maintain a practice over a longer period of time. We also have documented the perceived benefits also in relation to establishment and maintenance costs. So this is information, this is data that is available. However, we do lack detailed and harmonized cost-benefit data on sustainable land management. You can see here, but actually you can hardly read, so that's a graph from the Sustainable Rangeland Management in Sub-Saharan Africa publication, where we did analyze the short-term and long-term cost benefits. So you can see also here what people perceive is mainly green, so mainly positive also over the longer term. So this is what we had, and then we said, okay, let's work together and bring the different partners here that have organized this side event together so we can harmonize and enhance the existing VOCAT data set, and Alisher will tell you very soon more about that. And so we can analyze also this existing data and present some preliminary results. And again, Alisher, you will talk about the policy brief and some of the results from this study. And then also create a standalone and freely accessible ECON data set, which everybody can use for her or his own purposes for the project. So this data set is supposed to support the design of projects so that we know which sustainable land management solutions are scalable, in which specific contexts, what is the cost if I implement a program, and if I implement different or a variety or a combination of sustainable land management practices in a landscape. So these days we have heard a lot about integrated land use planning, integrated landscape management. So if we want to go about that and further pursue, then we also need to know what's the cost of this combination of a diversity of practices in a landscape. And then eventually to have a really clear picture on the socioeconomic and environmental benefits that can be expected when we implement technologies or diverse technologies in a landscape, and also what are the benefits over a shorter period of time, and what are the benefits we can expect over a longer period of time. So with that was our aim of this project, and that's why the different partners came together. And you can see here we have included also in the database a new section on economics, so that really all interested partners can freely access this information and use it. So with that, I would hand over to Alisher or to Juliane. Thank you.
To me, thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Waltraud, for this introduction to the collaboration we have. And before handing over, I would briefly like to introduce Dr. Alisher Mirzabayev. Welcome. He will present this new Econ VOCAT database and dashboard and share more insights of the key findings. Alisher is Professor of Production Economics of Institute of Food and Resource Economics, ELR, and ELR is based at the University of Bonn in Germany. Before joining ELR, he was a senior researcher at the Center for Development Research and coordinating lead author of the chapter on desertification of the IPCC Special Report on Climate Change and Land. Thank you very much, Alisher.
Thank you, Juliana, for this introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this session where we are presenting and launching this new Econ VOCAT dataset on the costs and benefits of SLM technologies. Let me now introduce you to the dataset, walk you through the dataset, and talk about the new possibilities and opportunities that this dataset will provide. First of all, this is now, in my knowledge, globally unique source of mutually consistent and comparable information on SLM technologies. Of course, VOCAT database started some 30 years ago. We have all these 2,000 or more practices and technologies there. But what this data set does, it collects all this, it looks through this database and collects those technologies with economic costs data and brings them together in a mutually consistent way. And then this allows to have this the data set which allows easy analysis of all these costs and benefits of SLM technologies. There are a lot of efforts going on to create such a database, other similar databases, but this is the one which is now, I think, is very useful. So in this database, we have about more than 507 SLM technologies documented, and it helps to fill this critical gap about cost of SLM technologies. Now look at the geographic distribution of these technologies. A big part of these technologies, about 40%, comes from sub-Saharan Africa. So this is very good because this is the region where historically there was lack of information on SLM costs and benefits. So this data set helps a lot to do a lot of this planning, designing, implementation, LDN and other implementation strategies, both in sub-Saharan Africa but also in other regions, Southern Asia, 12%, Central Asia. So Asia altogether, something like, again, about 32%. So it has a very strong focus on developing countries. Yeah. Now, let us look at the thematic distribution of these technologies. I don't know if you can read it, but I will probably mention one of those technology groups which have the highest number of documented technologies in this data set. So it's improving ground cover, mulching, residue management, and all these other technologies which help to keep biomass, vegetation on the ground. Agroforestry, terraces and bunds, forest management, both natural forest and establishing a new forest, reforestation and forestation activities, crop rotations, and so on. So you have here a whole range of SLM technologies that are being now implemented and that are part of LDN, NDC, and other strategies. Now, this data set does not come alone. It comes with a group of products. So first is the Excel data set. I will talk about all of these in detail. Second is dashboard. So Excel data set provides the actual data, the data that you can use. Dashboard, when you don't want to go to the Excel database, but you want to have quick summaries of results, quick summaries of information, then you can go to the dashboard and then make some clicks, and then it will automatically visualize the information that you are looking for. Methodological paper explains how exactly this data set was constructed. How did we manage inflation rates? How did you bring together different currencies? How all these technologies which were documented across many different years were made consistent, comparable. So this is methodological paper. User's guide will show how to use the data set. We'll explain, we'll give the terminologies, definition, and others. And the policy brief will show potential uses, applications of this data set. And you can click on that diagram, Q code, to access the website, WCAT website that Nicole was also talking about. Now, this data set looks in Excel, looks a little bit like that. So I just cut some part of that. There are about 90 variables describing these 507 technologies. Location, sometimes exact place where this technology was applied, characteristics, ecologies, agroecology, what is the type of this technology, and of course then important information, SLM costs, establishment costs, annual maintenance costs, labor costs, fertilizer costs if needed, or material costs. So all this breakdown of specific costs for all these technologies. And then you can also, if you want to learn more about that technology, then you can click the link and then go directly to the WCAT database where you have the full write-up of this technology. Now, this is how the dashboard looks. So here, on this side, on the left side, you can make your choices of what you want to do, and then it will get visualized on the right side. For example, here we can see count of technologies by different SLM groups, count of technologies by region, and so on. Or you can also have this sort of distribution. You can have table, display the results in the form of a table if you want to copy table and then put into your other report or slides that you want to use. Now, let us now talk a little bit more in detail about these technologies themselves. So here we see the table which shows establishment cost of SLM technologies in US dollars by technology group, so these rows, and by continents. Yeah? So you can see here that on average, technologies establishment cost ranges from something like about $1,000 to $2,600. So around $1,000 in Africa, Americas, Asia. So here we are talking. Here it says Americas, but I should clarify that it's mostly Latin America, Central and South America, Asia, Europe. So here, if you look at these different types of technologies, you can see that there is also a big variation, justifiably so, because they involve different costs. So you can also, the data set itself allows you to go to sub-regions. So if you want to look only for, let's say, Central Asia, then you can have filter out everything else and then look at the Central Asia. Or you can also go to specific technologies. Now, if you look at the structure of establishment costs, you can see that this blue is labor cost. Red, planting materials, orange, equipment. So in many cases, labor costs make up the most important part of these SLM technologies. This is probably also due that big part of these SLM technologies are coming from developing countries, more labor-intensive application of SLM technologies. Now, those were establishment costs, something that you do at the beginning, you do it once, and that's it, establishment costs. Now, for the technology, for SLM technology to continue to survive, you need to spend some maintenance costs. And each of these technologies also have annual maintenance costs, like, for example, on average for $129 in Africa or $206 per year in Europe. But of course, you have also variation inside these practices, like agroforestry in Africa, annual maintenance costs per hectare, $137. Yeah? So it's very important because establishment cost is all, in many projects, we calculate projects budget or what's needed to be invested based on establishment costs. Establishment costs only maybe half of the story. One needs to calculate maintenance costs at least for 5 years, or if we are really targeting break-even, reaching break-even when this technology starts making economic profits, perhaps 10 years. 10 years of maintenance cost is not a small amount of money compared to the establishment cost, so it's comparable or even more. So this is what this data set also highlights a lot, that it's important to take into account maintenance costs. Important part of maintenance costs comes in terms of labor. So here we are saying it's a labor cost, but I would also interpret this as a labor opportunity. The opportunity for these technologies to generate jobs. Here you can see this opportunity in terms of each of these practices. For example, the most important column here to look would be this last third one. The lower the number, the higher is the job generation potential. So what it means, like agroforestry 5, it means that you need to apply agroforestry practices on 5 hectares to create 1 job. It's global average. And where does this job come from? It comes from maintenance. It comes from maintenance. And so this is a relatively, I would say, conservative estimate of job creating potential of these SLM technologies, because these are direct kind of jobs, but then they will also create indirect jobs around them. So benefits of SLM technologies. This is one of the areas that this data set is intended to be enhanced in future. So benefits come mostly through qualitative reports of users, of those who apply these technologies. For example, they would say, this technology, this certain technology, agroforestry, increased my yields by 30%. or I'm now earning 20% more money, income. But then what exactly does it mean in terms of year-to-year comparable dollars or euros or other currencies? Yeah, that information needs to be added to this data set in the next development stages. So now let us talk about where we can use this data set. First of all, of course, this is about planning and implementation of SLM and the land restoration projects. So when you have the information about what it costs, then you can make better plans. How much money that project would need to restore 1,000 hectares to applying this or that technology. Evaluation of investment to LDN projects, comparing alternative pathways to achieve LDN. So LDN says we are going to restore reforest so much lands. Country may have a plan to restore, let's say, 1,000 hectares of forests, but then it can be done using different technologies. What is the most suitable technology on that location, and what that will both maximize environmental benefits, but also minimize economic costs. These are important considerations that could be answered using this technology. And also it goes beyond LDN, so I'm emphasizing on LDN because we are at UNCCD COP, but this data set would allow also, for example, calculating carbon abatement costs of these technologies, for example, referring to NDCs. Now, this is an example of application that we did together with colleagues from GM. Perhaps Pablo will talk more about this during his intervention. So how much does it cost to do LDN targets? What we have now, 75 countries which have quantified LDN targets, 451 million hectares globally are now quantified as LDN promises. How much money do we need to implement those LDN targets? So according to this data set calculations, it's $409 billion. So that means that if we want to achieve all these targets by 2030, then $50 billion per year is needed. How much we are spending now? Apparently there is, it's difficult to get the exact number, but according to some estimates, about $14 billion. 9 from domestic sources, 5 from outside sources. Compare $14 billion with $50 billion, so it's just, 30%, 1/3 or less of what is needed. So going forward, we need to, the benefits part, we need to look at moving from qualitative descriptions to quantification of these benefits by SLM Technologies. Now we can also do that quantification by proxies. Like, for example, we have the economics of biodiversity and ecosystem services database, TEEP database, which looks at the benefits from different land uses, ecosystem services. So it could be in some way quantified through those benefits, but if we have this information on benefits, quantified information attached to each of these specific SLM technologies, that would be way more precise, way better. Inclusion of repeated observations, so to check how these costs are evolving. They are not fixed, they also evolve over time. Inflation is changing, labor costs are changing, so seeing this picture in evolution will be very useful. And of course, increasing geographic granularity. So that means now we have a pretty, let's say we could have a good idea about the global picture, about some regional picture, but country A wants to do specific activities in district B, then more granular information would be very useful. Thank you very much for your attention. I will be happy to respond to your questions.
Yeah, I found a second mic. That's very good. Alicia, thank you very much. Very exciting what you have presented, and very broad. I think you have taken everything into account from data, one click or some clicks, and it's available for practitioners. All this academic work and even policy brief, if I got it right, so that we can also send messages for decision makers. So thank you very much for the presentation, but now the floor is yours. We have some time for interaction with you. Do you have questions towards Alicia on what he has presented? Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Alicia and Bartrot and Nicole. So it was really impressive. I like the VOCAT database since the beginning, so I'm using it. Now with the Econ, it seems like even more powerful. But what you presented is definitely a edginess which is useful for trying to find really what makes sense at which kind of spatial or temporal resolution for a certain context. But my question is the following: you calculated your economic costs and benefits for a certain snapshot of time. I think from the discussion you said 2020. And you said even in your way forward this needs to be, let's say, dynamically adjusted. Do you have concrete plans for, I don't know, every other year or every fifth year that you update this? And connected with that costs change. I mean, look at whatever fuel prices at the moment. They just change drastically. At the same time, the long-term benefits, if you say you calculate it for 10 years, so how do you consider this uncertainty, how beneficial something will be in 10 years? For example, even a ton of carbon might be differently priced in 10 years from now. So how do you deal with all this uncertainty, how things change over time? But definitely a great work, so I'm
Thank
happy
you.
to hear
Thank you
from
very much, Stefan, for this question. These are excellent questions. VOCAT database is being constantly added to, so it's increasing all the time. So I think it would be a great idea to check, I don't know what Nicole would say, every 3-4 years or every 2-3 years to update this Econ VOCAT dataset, version 2, version 3, so that it's always expanding and also getting enriched by these more time dimensions. In terms of the uncertainty on over 10 years, well, uncertainty is always with us, so one way to deal with that is scenarios. What I reported are average costs, mean costs. But then there is also variation between the minimum costs, maximum costs. So there is one way to consider different built-in scenarios where you are looking at, okay, what are the minimum costs, what are the maximum costs? Or then you can also make scenarios around inflation. So of course, when you are planning a project, you want to know what would happen after 10 years and then bring back net present values to current year. Yeah, so then of course, different scenarios is probably the best way going forward on this issue.
Okay, then we have two more. Ladies first, please.
Hello, my name is Nathalie van Haren. I work at both ends in the Netherlands. I have a question. Very interesting what you, can you hear me? Yeah, yes. Okay. Very interesting what you just presented. We work with CSOs working with local communities in the Sahel, in Pernambuco. And could you maybe give us an example of a situation that these communities or the local authorities that work with these communities would use this tool? Because I find it still a bit difficult for my head to understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Very easy. So those communities, they need to download the Excel file, choose the technologies which are for that, at least from their region. If we are talking about Sahel, we have about half of the database or 25% of these 150 technologies from the Sahel region around that. And then look at these technologies and then look at their costs and then see, okay, here we are talking about ZAI technology. In Niger, it costs so much to implement this in terms of labor, in terms of other things. If we want to implement that, and we are a Burkina Faso, we are a similar condition like Niger, then, okay, we need to, when we are budgeting, we need to budget for so much money per hectare. Yeah? That would be the implication. You seem to have doubts. Would you like to comment back to this?
I'm coming. I'm coming.
You want a lively debate, huh?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Would that mean then that the people from Niger have to move to Burkina so that they can do it more economically? Sorry, I'm still not understanding.
Okay. So
Thank you.
Niger only has 32 technologies, let's say. And you can already use those technologies in this data set. Yeah? But then the data set offers you a much richer possibilities. You can also learn from your neighbors. Burkina Faso has another 30 technologies. So you can look what they are doing, at what cost, and then make some conclusions about, for your case as well. So if you are only using one country example, one country, that country may or may not have technology list in this data set. Like, let's say, country like Turkmenistan doesn't have any technology list here, but there is a lot of technologies from Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. Turkmenistan land users can have a look at these technologies, how they worked in Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. Agroecological conditions are similar. Price levels are more or less similar. So then they could make valuable lessons for them. Okay, if I'm applying this technology here, I could expect to spend so much money to do that. And then at least those guys got 20% benefit, something like that. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, let us think about that. Thank you very much. It makes it very concrete how we can apply and how we can use the data.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Dolman from PBL Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency. Very impressive work. Well, we've also used the WOCAT database in a lot of our work, and very happy with the possibilities. And I also see indeed, as you mentioned, the scenarios, the possibility to use that in abatement cost and developing different scenarios. That would also for us be interesting future work, partly based then maybe on WOCAT. I had one specific question. You mentioned the benefits. Are you then only thinking in future work about like the economic benefits, the benefits for the people, or also more the environmental benefits, such as directly carbon or water or anything like that?
Yeah, ideally it would be not only in terms of money that people earn in terms of higher incomes, but also increased value of ecosystem services. So we can put all those services into monetary terms as well. So it would be great to have that, at least if not through the it would be, I know it's very difficult for those people who report these technologies to do that. At least if we can integrate into the questionnaires some kind of entry points using which then researchers or others could turn them into monetary values for ecosystem services, that would be great, I think. By the way, congratulations on your projections on the land restoration potentials by Stefan and others.
More about that in the next session.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your question. I was walking around because I had the feeling that this party is under-recognized. Now we have a lot of people asking questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Paul Wedraogo. I'm the Deputy Executive Secretary of SEALS. I just want to applaud the presenter, and I really like the discussion this lady started with you on this ZAI and the other technology. I just want to say that with SEALS, we are now trying to scale up those technology, and all the staff of SEALS within this room, they were grown up with food coming from the ZAI system. So this is something that is making us very proud to talk on it, but we don't have enough time. What I want to say is that it is important right now that we manage to scale up those kind of very good technology, and this is what SEALS is currently doing with the different country members he's serving. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it was more like a remark.
Yes.
And I thank you for your nice words.
Thank you. We can continue the question round and discussion also later on, but I think we can also broaden a little bit the discussion and invite our panelists. We have 3 or 4 panelists on the panel. Great. I would like to invite Pablo Muñoz from UNCCD Secretariat, not from the Secretariat, from the Global Mechanism. Welcome. Maybe you can give him also a clap. And next we have Mr. Dr. Isaac Lohner from CILS. Please come up to the panel. Welcome. And Mrs. Vera Berger from FAO. FAO, yes, she's here. And Mr. Ahmad Pate, sorry.
Mr. Ahmad Pate, we are in touch, and he is at the negotiations, but he will join us soon. So as soon as he comes in,
brilliant, brilliant, because we start with Pablo, because Pablo has to leave also soon. He's also in the negotiation, or well, the GM is soon presenting the report to the CRIC plenary, so that's why he has to leave earlier. And Pablo is program coordinator at the Global Mechanism. And maybe I give you already a first question, and then we open up the discussion already. Then we can give Pablo free that he can join the next work. Okay, so Pablo, we hear that the implementation of land restoration commitments under national LDN plans could require at least $50 billion each year until 2030. Could you elaborate a bit on that and explain what this means for the GM and its work, please?
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us on the question, Julian. From our side, first I'd like to say a few things about this data that our colleagues were often asking about data on cost of restoration, and we always had to deal with sort of publications data that is available and quite scattered. For example, the report from the PDL, they collected 232 data points, I understand, from projects and walkouts, and it has been often the case that researchers have to be looking at publications or any other of previous projects to deal with the cost of restoration. That's quite often the case, and that was our case. So I think that just the mere case that you can download 500 plus values on cost of restoration, I think is quite valuable. So I would like to very much welcome this effort from all the partners. And then we were reflecting on the application of this, and Alisher, I think, so was elaborating on many of these points. And one of was the resource needs. In this case, we were mapping all these 500 values with the different countries and the restoration commitments. And then we came up with that sort of figure that is about 50 billion a year. I think that allows us to put figures in perspective, because when we look at the OECD Rio marker on the certification, on the official development assistance, and we see how much flows are providing donors, that figure is between 3 and 5 billion. So that at least gives us some idea of that if we have to scale up resources, how much is that? And then comes the other sort of sources that one can tap for mobilizing resources. And then comes the domestic figures that we should acknowledge that those are a very preliminary figures, but still give us a direction. And then we're looking at the expenditure on landscape protection, and that figure was about 9 billion. So there is quite a financing gap to reflect on from where those resources should come, right? That's a kind of big questions. And we often refer to different instruments or more innovative instruments that allow us to tap into non-conventional sources of funding. So I think reflecting along those ways will be very important. We are dealing with, at the global mechanism, with one instrument that is debt for nature swaps. That in this case would be debt for land restoration swaps as kind of the potential instruments for some countries to explore. But again, I think so that's, I think all these reflections to some extent are possible because of these new resources available from this database. So that can show how useful it could be. And very briefly, two more things I'd like to say. As countries will move to refine their targets, this information can also support their resource needs at a country level to achieve the LDM plans, let's say. And the second is that at the global mechanism, we are also supporting 60 plus countries in developing LDN transformative projects and programs. So that could be also something that could be very useful for our colleagues that are supporting countries in developing project proposals. With that, I would like to close, and thank you very much for the invitation to be part of it.
Yeah, thank you, Pablo. As he's going to leave soon, Are there any questions already towards the GM? Pablo can, yeah.
Thanks a lot. So sorry, I have directly another question. You, and also the presentation before, you argued with the around 50 billion annual costs for achieving the LDN targets, right? I think the costs 50 billion per year for the targets until 2030, right? I'm sure this number somehow is available, but what is the number about the costs, the ecosystem services loss if it's not done? Just to put this in relation, you talk about the 50 billion costs, but what would it cost to not do it in the next 8 years? Is there some kind of idea or some kind of relation available?
Yeah,
Good
I
question.
think so. This type of question is quite relevant for the planning, right? When you want to take the path of action, what would it be the cost of inaction? That is what you are talking about. I think so that's quite relevant. The only figures that we have is, for example, the one from the IPBES, the 10% of the global GDP, but they vary a lot. I think so. Alisher, the team Alisher and his group, they were talking about 300 billion per year, global. Now, I should remark that the 50 billion is only a group of 75 countries. The TSP is about 130 countries because still are many countries setting up targets. Not all the process set explicit targets to restore. But I think so to complement this kind of figures with what you are talking is crucial. But again, I think so there is a lot of work to do. Also on the benefit side, if we invest in this, let's say 450 million hectares, what are the benefits and the returns for the society? So that could be all part of the same analysis. Cost of inactions, how much will it cost action, and what are the benefits if we follow that path? Yeah, this is one of the usefulness and put numbers in perspective, right? How much do we need to scale up our resource mobilization?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pablo. Thank you very much for the discussion, and yeah, good luck for the presentation of the report. Yeah, then we have our fourth panelist arrived meanwhile. Thank you very much for joining us. Ahmad Pablo Sene, welcome from IFAD. Maybe you can give Pablo and also Pate a clap of hands. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then, yeah, I would like to give the floor to Isaac Luna. Mr. Luna is expert climatologist in charge of operational climate monitoring at CILS. CILS is the Permanent Interstate Committee for Drought Control in the Sahel. Welcome. And I have a first question for warming up, and then we go through the panelists, and then we open again for the audience. Dr. Luna, as a climate expert, how do you assess the need and usefulness of cost-benefit data for West African countries and the Sahel and in the regional programs of CILS? Please.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Et permettez-moi, avant de vous remercier d'avoir en tout cas convié le CILS à cet en tout cas important side event. Et comme vous le savez, le CILS a une très longue expérience sur la lutte contre la désertification, la gestion durable des terres, le renforcement de capacités. Nous disposons justement d'une base de données sur ces questions de coûts, bénéfices et restauration et des bases de données. Selon des études menées au niveau du CILS, moins de 10% des terres potentiellement restaurables le sont exactement. toujours selon une étude récente, si les politiques publiques au Sahel et en Afrique de l'Ouest se fixent comme objectif de restaurer 10% des superficies agricoles par an avec des techniques de gestion durable des terres, le coût se chiffrerait entre 50 et 170 millions de dollars. Et le retour sur investissement de ces coûts tournerait, en tout cas, sera supérieur à 50, voire 50 et 75%. C'est pour dire que la restauration des terres est réellement bénéfique pour, en tout cas, nos populations sahéliennes. Au SILS, nous avons répertorié près de 350 bonnes pratiques regroupées en 8 catégories. Et ces bonnes pratiques sont documentées et existent sur une plateforme qui s'appelle sao.net. Nous avons aussi, nous faisons de la formation pour permettre à nos pays d'avoir de la ressource humaine pour mettre en pratique ces technologies éprouvées que nous avons identifiées. Les formations se font en gestion durable des terres, en sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle, en gestion intégrée des ressources en eau, en changement climatique et développement durable. Nous avons des modules et de mise à échelle des bonnes pratiques de ces techniques de gestion durable des terres qui nous permettent d'avoir l'impact sur la sécurité alimentaire, c'est-à-dire, je parle là des bénéfices, de voir l'impact sur la sécurité alimentaire, de voir l'impact sur la diminution des coûts d'importation de denrées alimentaires dans la sous-région, de voir l'impact écosystémique que ces actions de restauration peuvent avoir dans la sous-région. En même temps, ces techniques, en tout cas la mise en œuvre de ces techniques, nous permettent de créer des emplois verts, particulièrement pour le genre et pour les jeunes. Alors, pour nous, en réalité, cette notion, enfin, c'est la restauration de la terre. Pour nous, il faut aller, on connaît pratiquement tout, on connaît les prix, on connaît les techniques. Il faut agir maintenant. Pourquoi il faut agir maintenant? Parce que nous avons constaté entre 2017 et 2022, les populations en insécurité alimentaire dans la sous-région ont évolué entre 5,2 millions à 27,3 millions, alors que précédemment, nous avons montré que la gestion durable et la restauration des terres nous permettent de solutionner ces problèmes. Alors, donc, vraiment pour nous, SILS, c'est plus de 80 experts multidisciplinaires qui existent uniquement pour appuyer les pays dans ce domaine. Pour nous, tous les engagements des pays en matière de restauration de terres se trouvent dans les engagements que nos pays ont pris dans les LDN et dans les CDN. Actuellement, nous sommes en train d'appuyer ces pays à transformer ces engagements en projets bancables, vu que nous connaissons le prix, le coût de tout. Nous sommes en train de les appuyer à aller dans le sens, en tout cas, et de pouvoir accéder à des financements leur permettant d'aller, en tout cas, de l'avant dans ce domaine. Et pour cela, dans la sous-région, il y a beaucoup d'institutions qui se sont accréditées au Fonds vert climat, au Fonds adaptation. Le SILS est en cours dans ce domaine et pour, en tout cas, se faire, en tout cas, accepter au niveau du Fonds vert. Pour nous, en tout cas, le SILS est une solution dans cette dynamique. Nous avons au niveau de nos pays J'ai vu et tout de suite, on a présenté les techniques en agroécologie, en restauration des aires. Nous avons des bases de données beaucoup plus détaillées où nous connaissons au niveau, par exemple, quand on dit restauration des terres, on connaît exactement les différentes techniques qui sont adaptées à nos zones agroécologiques. Et nous avons le coût détaillé au niveau de tous les pays, au niveau des ministères de l'Environnement. Les coûts sont détaillés par activité, par technique. Donc vraiment pour nous, comme je l'ai dit, il faut aller rapidement parce qu'il y a une urgence. Je vous remercie.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, an appel. Sorry, we agreed upon that I will continue to speak English to not disturb the translation. Yeah, thank you for also mentioning the need of data for bankable projects. We will come back to that point. Now I would like to introduce to you Vera Berger, Senior Land and Water Office leading the Integrated Land Management Team of the Land and Water Division of FAO. Welcome. You're also chairing the task force on good practices under the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration, which is also looking at economic information and data and linking to FAO's TIER project, the Economics of Land Degradation project. May I therefore first ask you to share some insights from FAO's perspective on the needs and usefulness of cost and benefit data, as well as elaborating a bit on the efforts with the regards under the UN Decade.
Okay, thank you very much. I had prepared a presentation on the TIER, but I can mention it just like that, then I just leave it. Okay. So, is it okay? Okay. No. Okay.
Is that better? Do you hear me? Okay. So, okay, yeah, you were mentioning the decade of ecosystem restoration. Actually, well, there has never been, we heard now already from many colleagues that there has never been a more urgent need to restore damaged ecosystems. We are supposed to feed many more people in the next decades, and our ecosystems are degraded, our natural resources are degraded, and we have to recover those who are degraded and protect those who are not yet degraded. And actually the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration is a global effort in order to, or aimed at restoring the planet, ensuring one health for people and also for nature. So for that we would need restoration finance, but we don't have information. Oh, you put it up? Okay, okay, then anyway, I just started without it, don't worry. So, so why do we need it is actually in order to be able to be financing programs, projects, and to implement ecosystem restoration. So here I'm just explaining, okay, now I'm going backwards. So why do we have the TIER framework? The TIER framework provides common language for recording costs of ecosystem restoration, and it gives the concept of having an intervention unit that helps to identify the cost of specific interventions. And also TIER establishes typologies for different kind of interventions and expenditure categories. And if we have this, we can, it will allow us to compare things that are comparable, not comparing apples to pears, but things which are comparable. And also we will be able to dissociate project costs and costs which are related to the restoration implementation itself. So that will help us to build a statistical model of the restoration implementation costs, and that will be applicable for countries, for ecosystems, for different levels of degradation, and have the endpoint of restoration processes. So the next one is the one which I already talked about. Why do we need it?
And what can TER do? So restoration finance, there we go. Restoration finance remains insufficient. So we need a crucial information, as I was mentioning, to unlock the finance, and have for that we need consistent data on the cost and benefits of the restoration, as we just discussed with Paulo. There is a first attempt ever to improve this data on the economics of ecosystem restoration, and they're collected from the field at a global scale. So we're looking into different projects where we got this information from. And a widespread adoption of this framework will allow for standardized data and will feed into a jointly owned database of restoration costs. Apart from the best practices task force under the UN Decade, we also have a task force on monitoring. So these two things need to work together. So we need to see what the best practices are, what they cost, and also to monitor how it is implemented. For that, we've got a platform which is called FIRM, which has been launched just last week during the Forestry Congress in Korea. So next, please. So what is TER then doing? The timeline is first of all starting to propose a standard framework. From there to develop a template to facilitate the application of the framework and to collect the data and pilot test it. And now we're at the stage where we're collecting the data from as many project partners as possible. After that, we will build a database and an interface so that the data will be accessible, and develop a statistical model to estimate the costs and benefits of the restoration in the given context which I mentioned before. And so the different kind of, next please, different kinds of projects where we're looking at. So the type 1 and 2 are projects where type 1 is collected throughout the life of the project, and type 2 correction of based on initial project plans, and the third type is looking into projects which already closed. And when we look at some data of that, and we look on the next on types 1 and 2, which are through project life and new projects, we see that most of them are projects identified by 61 organizations in 51 countries, and there's 3 regional and global projects. So the information comes from that context. And the next, so basically, as this is led by our forestry colleagues, most of the information comes from a forest background. So 76% of the projects were basically forestry projects. And most of the information comes also from Latin America. 46 come from the Latin American context. So then looking at the looking at a bit of the numbers. So if we look at 30 projects, the cost for restoration were about 50 million, and the projects covered more or less 300,000 hectares. And calculating the average, the cost per hectare was about $5,325. So this is more or less the number which comes out of this kind of projects which have been analyzed. If we, so I'm not going into details of the different analysis, because first of all we're looking into it and they're not available yet. But this is more or less how it's going to proceed. And then I would also like briefly to talk about another work which has been done, which has been presented here at the COP, and actually FIDA is sitting here in the public, which is looking into valuing, restoring, and managing presumed dry land. And there they have been looking into different types of presumed dry lands: the Cerrado, the Myombo-Mopane woodlands, and the Xingai Tibetan plateau. So basically, the presumed drylands have an aridity index of above 0.65. They're not considered drylands, but above. But they have dryland features, and they cover about 7 million hectares. So the presumed drylands cover 7 billion of hectares, and the presumed drylands cover additionally 1 million hectares, so 7% of land. So this study has been looking into these details. And perhaps I want just to show briefly the areas which have been covered. It's the area in the Cerrado, which is a very important ecosystem. Also the Myombo-Mopane woodlands, where we also have a project on dryland land restoration, and the other one in the Xingai Tibetan area. And there, the next place,
Vera, can you
So
also
I resume.
highlight
I resume.
the
Just to briefly show
synergies
you-
a little bit of the database?
Okay.
Just to save time. Thanks.
So basically, that was an economic analysis which has been done in this context. So there's more data, and the book has been launched here, or the publication has been launched here. And if you want, you can ask FIDA to give you more information about it. Thank you. Sorry for being long.
Maybe I can say something about the synergy between the different databases.
Sorry,
How
yeah.
you see the potential in the synergies. Thanks.
Yeah, the synergies for me are very important. It's very important to have a database like the database which has been presented by WOCAT, because actually the WOCAT database is linked to the best practices database. If you go into the best practices database on ecosystem restoration, you will automatically be eventually led to the WOCAT database. So we're trying to, under the context of ecosystem restoration, to link different, not to reinvent the wheel, but to see what is existing already and put it under this framework. And link it also to monitoring. I think that is also very important. So all these databases can be united under this decade.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vera. Keep the micro in case we will have a round. But I would like to introduce you to Mr. Ahmad Pate Sene. He is from IFAD, the lead of Environment and Climate for West and Central Africa. And IFAD is a donor. It's a financing agency. And we would like to know from your perspective the needs and usage of economic data. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. And sorry for being late, but I was also watching it online through my mobile phone when I was joining. So IFAD is the only UN international organization that is also a financial institution, more like the African Development Bank or the World Bank. So our main target is smallholder farmers. So we only work on rural farmers, particularly youth and gender. Now coming to this type of initiative, which whenever we provide resources to government or to individual, the private sector, we need evidence. So we need data. So it's more like you're a banker and someone is coming to request money from you. You need evidence before you give money. You need also to manage risk. In a banking system, while my neighbor here will get a loan and the other one not, is when there is no data, then there is risk, and then if there is risk, there is no loan. So what we do in our investment is we have specialties. We have colleagues who are called economic and financial analysis specialists. They only look at that component of the project to see if this project is bankable for IFAD first, and second, will it have an economic return, a financial return in the country which that investment will be going. So they run different models and come up with the final, the internal rate of return on investment, and say, so this project is viable or not, or do you really need to invest on land restoration? But it's not only land restoration, but it's a land restoration also to use specific or exploit specific value chain. So that's really in IFAD, and having this kind of database for countries where we are going and need to get this project running quickly is really, really important. Having the cost per hectare is really important. The second point, I have 3 points and then I will conclude. The second is relative to the cost of inaction. We were talking about it, but from IFAD perspective, the cost of inaction from our perspective is food insecurity. It's also malnutrition, and it's also loss of jobs, but also the opportunity to sequestrate carbon because we are working on climate. So if nothing is done, obviously, for the case of Africa where we are currently, so you have this bill of food that we know, which is more between $30 billion to $60 billion every year going outside the continent to buy food. And that bill could have been used on other development sector in the country, education and so on, but just because the land that are there, arable land, are not used properly or they are not necessarily. So that's really a cause of inaction which has some externalities and negative externalities more on the government side from a fiscal space, but also from a human perspective, food and security. And the third one, and I finish here, is these kind of tools develop data evidence will help us also beyond IFAD investment to mobilize innovative finance. When I talk about innovative finance, it is financing coming from the big funds, GCF, Jeff Adaptation Fund. These funds, it's very competitive and very tough. So myself, I experience it. I design quite a number of investment. We have in the pipeline on my region almost $700 million, of which almost $500 million have been mobilized. And when we were developing these programs, we need data evidence coming from these kind of tools, economic and analysis, and we are challenged. So, and most of these programs are adaptation program, restoration, and they will ask you what's the cost, what will be the return on investment, and you have to provide that evidence on each of the different crops that will be supported. The last point on innovative finance is green bonds. So as an institution, if you have a good rating, aside the climate funds, you can also go in the market, capital market, and raise funds to support such kind of initiative. So in the capital market, if you don't have like bankable programs and following a certain number of investment criteria, obviously you won't get money. But to get that, you have the data, evidence, the tool, you know, how much it costs and so on, and run those one. And run also, if we, as we are talking of green bonds, like the suitability of certain crops on those ecosystem, restore ecosystem in 10 years, 15 years, in 100 years, and all of these is like, you know, models that will help to be more comfortable, so any financiers can provide resources to your project. So it is extremely useful and extremely important to have those kind of tools, which I think as a financial institution, we can make a best use to design project and support countries. I'll thank you so much. Over and short.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Pate. Thank you for these words and for your perspective. Action, cost of inaction, again, bankable project. Time is running. I would like to open up the discussion now to you, to the audience. As they were very quiet now the last minutes, I go over here. Merci.
Thank you. My name is Salima Mahmoudou and I work with the World Resources Institute. This is a question to Pate. From your line of work and from the different investments you've had to make, what is the true avenues for the private sector to intervene in financing restoration? Because a lot of the work that is currently doing and your IFAD including seems to be grant related. So to what extent can we start moving? Are smallholder farmers ready? Are the different structures across our countries ready to really receive loans when it comes to restoration? And I would love your answer to focus on the bankability of the projects that you're seeing, but also on the realisticness of the repayment processes for these smallholder farmers or the different recipients that you guys are working with. So how can we have new stakeholders into these processes? Because grants alone won't suffice to get to those hundreds of millions to be restored.
Well, thank you very much, Salima. It's a very good question. By the way, IFAD, until recently, we were only public investment. So we were going through governments, and government restructure projects. So if you find farmers, they are under it, there is a management unit in a country. That process has been there forever. And recently, with a lot of discussion with countries and ourselves providing feedback from the field, you travel on the field, you see these young people telling you, fine to finance the government, but myself, I have my MSMEs, I would like to get fund with you directly, without intermediaries. Or a women association saying, we would like to get funds for our association. We don't want any intermediaries. So in the last 2 years we've been working on, and there is now a private sector strategy that was put in place and a facility only for private actors. So by essence and definition, a smallholder farmers is a private actor. Before even the government comes, he's doing his business without us, and he is considered as a private actor. Now, where we are coming is we created what we call the Agribusiness Capital Fund, because we were new into this sector, and these are smallholder farmers. It's very risky. So wherever we are going to put money, it's not a big or a medium. They are smallholder farmers, less than 2 hectares, on rain-fed, many issues, and then you have to manage very, very carefully to get back your money. They were also used to grant. Now you are coming with loan, so they have to repay back. So the process is as follows. So we sat with them, provide all the due diligence, and then ask them, it's better than you work as a group. So most of our projects are supporting them to be as a group. So if this is a group, so they are less risky than when it's an individual, and the cost of transaction also is lower. Second is, for one of our first private investment in the region, it was in Nigeria, Babagona. It was on restoration and then production. It's not only restoration and that's it. But when you restore, it's also for productive value chain. So the productive value chain will give a value of your restoration, because these are degraded land or abandoned, or even if a post-conflict country where lands need to be restored, so you can also put their cash crops, either it's cocoa, palm oil, cashew, and so on. So then this land became now very productive based on what have been done. If it is a cash crop, so the whole model is built on a tree will take more than 3 to 4 years. So obviously the activity of agroforestry, while you are waiting the tree to grow, you can also grow some food crops which will help you also sustain. And if you have to pay back, so the period of grace has been also extended, because we integrate that dimension, that they're smallholder farmers, it's going to take more time for them to pay back. And all these aspects now are being integrated in our private sector investment to support the different MSMEs, cooperative, farmers organization. And one of our last program which has been approved is the Green Climate Fund, is called Inclusive Green Finance. So that program is providing loans at 0% interest rate to those different groups. In return, they have to do adaptation and mitigation. So energy for agriculture, but the adaptation will be the restoration on a specific commodities. It's restoration attached to a value chain. So at least we start regreening all these degraded land and make a best value of them. Over.
Yeah, thank you for the details. Who would like next to interact? Yeah? Keep it.
Sorry, not to monopolize the speaking power. I always hear bankable projects when it comes to restoration. What does that truly mean? And can projects be bankable when on degraded lands, or do they need to happen on semi-presumed dry lands, degraded lands? Do you see what I'm trying to get at?
When we talk about bankable, at the bank is, the final result is you get your loan. So there are due diligence, several steps for you to get it. So there are a certain number of investment criteria which you need to comply with. So if not, you won't get it. At the end of the day, it may not be even on a land, it could be vertical agriculture, but it's a bankable project. So when you make business out of it, you get an economic return and then of your investment. So when we put, you are earning and you can continue. The productivity of your activity shows that your project is bankable. Now, from a land perspective, it could be the completely degraded land, abandoned. It could be also a mixed, because you have 2 hectares, but you want to add 2 additional one, but it's in an area where nobody want to work. But you need to add that cost on your proposal to get that land productive. This one is already productive, or you can raise also the production of this. So overall, if you have millet where the yield is like one ton per hectare, and you want to reach like 4 ton per hectare, so the way you will do the restoration has to be more strict, and then the entire production behind this need to reach to lead you to the 4 ton per hectare. And if you are able to get out 4 ton per hectare on a land that was producing 1, then your project is bankable, you can pay back your loan. If you are lower than that, then unfortunately you will be undebt, and at the end of the day you won't receive the second disbursement. Over.
Okay. As long as it is women power, you can monopolize This is allowed from my perspective. I think you have a question. No? Ah, okay, sorry. Who would like to next to interact?
My full name's Miles Zulu from Zambia. I would like to know whether your project proposal format are user-friendly. I'm saying so because most of the people who design the proposal documents, they are quite difficult for the people on the ground. And this makes the people not to access because they don't even understand the language that you put in those forms. So the land degradation is happening on the ground to the people who are not even educated. But if you look at the way you write your forms as if you are writing for a PhD holder, and that is in the community. So it's quite discouraging. And yet the people on the ground, they know that there is a problem here, and they even also have some answers. So I just want to know about that, whether you have ever thought of that, because sometimes you become rigid to say this is what we have written in this form, but who understand it? Thank you.
Very clear, very practical. Would you like, maybe I can also invite Alicia also for, from the panel, somebody would like to answer?
No, we can answer, in fact, and it's always good to have disagreement because at the end of the day,
yes,
if everything was working, so we won't be here. But again, I think here we are just sharing experiences from institution. IFAD is one of them. Our mandate is smallholder farmers, and we're doing our best. Today I'm here with my tie, but I'm an engineer by training. On a daily basis, we are on the field. So, and we spend more time there than many people who are in the city. When we go to the cities, it's to defend the project and get back the money. Now, governments have structure. So they're the one borrowing the money, or they're the one we provide because they represent their people. So within those institutions, we have bottlenecks which on a daily basis we are trying to solve, but it is always good to go on a field where you've been writing a proposal to say, here we want a warehouse to store the production, and in a year time you go there, you see the warehouse, and you see the value of the warehouse. Sometimes it's heartbreaking, you were going and want to see a road, you go there, the road was not well done. So all those things are a mix of success, but also we need to be honest and sometimes share failure. From the failure, we design better projects. And from those better projects, the issue is to try to find the best way to address the community's needs. We sit with them from time for a month where we are touring in the village, and it's all of these are focus group. Different people sit with women association. We have gender specialists, youth specialists, the water infrastructure. And at the end of the day, when a document is back, it compiles what those people want, the stakeholder engagement. And now when the resources are there, there are sometimes some issues related to the coordination. Again, these projects are nationally owned, so they are, once we finish with this project, we hand it over to the government, and it is done jointly with government. So they are the one in charge now to deliver the project on the ground. They recruit national staff that are in those projects, and they do it. From a private sector perspective, we are not there. So it's someone like you have your project with your cooperative, you write it down, you go and submit, and you deal with those who are managing the fund. So, and then they will come back to you on a daily basis like you have taken any loan in any banks to see where you are, how the business is working. So overall, that's how we operate, and many other organizations as well. Everything is not perfect, but we are always trying to do our best to get those at the center of our action. Over.
Yeah, thank you. And we hear you. And maybe also Alicia can say something, how data and information goes into the database and how it comes also to the user. Is it designed with a user, or is it designed for a user?
So the underlying WCAT database is designed by users. Yeah? So users report on their success on the SLM technologies that they did. They answer questions, and all this information comes from users, so, from them, and then what we did in this work was just summarize that information in a way that is understandable by researchers, or it can be used in many other different ways by researchers, by bankers, by implementers. So that's the. But information itself, of course, comes from land users.
Thank you very much. Time is flying. We are almost at the end. I would like to give the floor to Nicole again from WOCAT. Nicole, can you rapidly wrap up a bit and also give us and the audience an idea of the next steps concerning the database? Here you are.
Thank you very much, Julian, and thank you to the panelists. So we have heard several voices. We have heard that the data set could be useful to create or generate evidence to help in project planning, design, and understand what an investment costs. We have also heard that there is already enough evidence available, especially through SILS. So there it's rather about taking action. There is no further need for data. There is enough data. So these are different voices from different partners. And we have heard from Vera that we can bring all of this information and evidence together in the different efforts that are also undergoing under the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration, where we are very happy to partner with you as well. So having said that, we had also a voice from the civil society, from Natalie, asking how this can be used, and I think that's for the next step that is important to highlight, and I think, Alisher, we will focus also on that. So how can this data set be used? If we think about the local community, so how can we include that in a participatory workshop at the community level? This Excel sheet is a bit maybe too abstract, right, Natalie? So how can we break that down, and how can we bring the information, the evidence to a community workshop and engage also women and men in looking at this information and what does it mean to them, what does it mean to their land? On the other hand, how can this data set be used by a decision maker? Of course, also a decision maker will as well not look at an Excel data sheet. So how can we extract the relevant information so we can convince people? So having said that, there is a policy brief which Alisher was in the lead of writing. If you are interested, it's here. So that should help also maybe some or inform some decision makers as a first step for our project. So you are welcome to download that or to take a copy with you. And related to the next phase, just a few hints on where and the joint journey we are supposed or would like to continue together as the partners to really move now from having this data set on as an Excel sheet and also slowly integrate that into the WOCAT database. So hopefully at COP16 we will have an updated version of the WOCAT database with all of this better integrated. And what Stefan was saying also, I think that was very important to not have it as a tool that is or evidence that is available now, but looking at the data that is currently and all the time actually being added and redo that exercise on a continuous basis every 2, every 3 years. We will have to discuss what's possible, but then also, as you were saying, providing scenarios. So the world is changing and we cannot keep the data as a standing there. We have to update it and we have to look what's happening around us to have relevant data, both for communities, for land users, but also for decision makers. So back to you, Juliana.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nicole. These are almost the last words. Thank you very much to all of you who participated actively and to listen to all this information, to the panelists, those from WOCAT and from ELD. Alisha, thank you very much, and all those who participated and listened and came to this event. It was a pleasure to host you, and I hope the data helps us to put everything into action, to pace a little bit the speed of action for land degradation neutral world. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the program will continue. The Rio Conventions Pavilion. We've got another event coming right up, so take a break, get a drink of water. I think there's still a bit of juice or something left over there. Oh, sorry, Nicole. Sorry about that. There you go. Thanks. And we'll get started with the next panel right away. Thanks very much.